doing some testing here. I set up my entire computer, so see if I can successfully go live on. We'll find out. My social streamer. And I gotta continue setting these up. Let's see how this game could be complete trash for all I know. I think that's it. And like I don't know why I tried to create a second stream on that. Doesn't make a difference, I guess. Hey Sarah, how's it going? Remind me, I redid my entire computer because the motherboard broke, and then the next motherboard was defective, and the graphics card I got wasn't performing well, and I had to reinstall Windows, and it's been a disaster. Real disaster. I'm back. Okay. That's the stream break. This I'm not. I have stuff going. Well. On my audio things here to make sure to save all my settings. Just how bad the test streams. Social stream is picking up everything. The back end all nice and neat. Isn't that great? Check out that fine back end. Cool. You guys tell them this story. Alright, yeah, that's all. That's all. And then I'll be good. For everyone watching, let me know if there's like issues with this new setup. Oh yeah, that incredibly cool looking instant swamp material that looks just black. Did I have the UI set for that? Is good. I don't. I think you maybe kill for us. Probably gonna put like pathway. Let's see it work. He didn't, so I stayed at home. Ah. Oh, I gotta put the alerts. Oh. Yeah, so the alerts don't work. I redid the entire setup because stuff was broken, and I forgot that. Look at this weird dark floor stuff, trying to decide what to do with it. I jumped in the water. That was dumb. Well, whatever, pass. This looks too I need Alice, you there? Enough. Fair enough. I'm going back to making concept stuff. Because I don't like it. Concept stuff never stays what you think it's going to. Because one thing I've learned is that, you know, if you look back at the hidden product, the amount of times that has been changed, oh my god, there's changed so much since I first started. I firmly expect this will do the same. But I have ideas. They're probably not good ideas. You know, I want to test something. What seems like it would be the best walking stuff? Try that. I don't know if I get away with complex. Yeah, that's not a collision nightmare at all. See, I can't get away with that. I don't think that's all. I'm sure I'm gonna have to just stick with complex. In which case, I probably don't want to do this. Nothing in this area is even remotely what I want it to be necessarily. I also moved the Toy Maker's Lab there, and I'm changing up. How long are you gonna take there, pal? This was a bad life decision. I can see it already. It's supposed to be a better graphics card, by the way, doing all this. It looks like you'll just step on things that aren't there and fall in, I guess. I can test it. This is such a crap. Oh my god. I do want some overgrown weird things like that. I found some other stuff on bad. Farther when you go, the more screwed up things get. This looks so dangerous. I don't know about this plane. It's actually relatively working though. Huh. Like, I'm all terrified of it, but apparently it's good enough. Huh. I mean, let me get away with that, but... could try that. Hey, Shadow. Oh, yeah. I'm building other concept areas that are probably not going to stay anywhere like this, but I just had ideas and I was like, I'm going to do this. And see if I end up liking it or not. Yeah. Felt like. I don't know whether it'll work though, because the collision on these might not be good enough, but it might be, I might not be able to get away with it. I can't really do complex collision on this. I could, but... well, that looks like it'll be I could try it. What's the worst that happens, right? It breaks. I decided I would restructure how the final areas play out. No longer enter through a portal. I was actually just going to have you enter through, you just have this, like, weird little hallway or something like that, or this, like, storage room like that, and then have secret passages off it. They're not that, you know, cleverly hidden, these secret. I'm not hiding them, but... so I could have the Toy Maker's Workshop. I realized I don't want to make the place bigger than it needs to be, because then I gotta fill it. I'm starting to realize that's a bit much. It's possible this area might not be where the secret passages are. It might be that there's a secret hallway further ahead. instead of doors. I don't know, but yeah, nothing. And then currently I have them keyed off the tarot card. So getting them all and then having this in like a hidden area over here. And then I moved the Toymaker's Workshop over to here instead. Apparently there's no music in the Toymaker's Workshop, so it's just playing the music from the other one. But I figured it would be much better hidden. I hate having spine problems. Very annoying. I guess maybe it's just really high on. Around the audio levels here. First time the music gets all quiet. Just killing my ears. I'm like going. That's true. I could actually. Just have a secret wall passage thing back here, and I could use more of the area for that. And then I could make use of this, tag it onto these areas instead. These things here, creepy thingies. So I could do that. I'd have to remake this wall. I'll find it. Levi. I'm making concept areas. I'm trying to make certain all my stuff works because I went through 2 different motherboards. The motherboard broke and the other one was defective, and now I have a new graphics card that's kind of shit. And yeah, a dumpster fire. Had to reinstall Windows, but nothing's in good shape. I can't think during that storage. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is having like this fake doors here that they just, you know, it's just a really weirdly long storage. But it's possible I cut it off here and just have like a fake hallway over here hidden behind it, a secret passage. Or maybe I just have this be the fake door in the first place, and then this whole area is just got regular doors. Wow, this one. And then maybe I hide some buttons or something to unlock it. That's what I'm thinking. I don't really want to remake a bunch of walls. This area is already spoken for because it's got the whole, you know, power system going on. Why do I have 2 things? Oh, I know. As I have a second one that I got. It's not in anymore. At least I think. Yes. Rooms that just weren't good enough. No, it's not listed. So with this already being spoken for, this one being spoken for, but there's not a lot of, I don't have a lot of ideas for this final like section here before reaching the workshop. Like, you know, after the workshop, I have plenty of ideas for that. But before that, I'm not sure how necessary any of it is. Really good, sir. Has been a minute. I'm a very unlucky streamer, apparently. Every time I come back to streaming, something bad happens again. That's how it works. In this case, my motherboard crapped out. So to the second replacement. But the third one, that one's working. I also have a 5070 Ti now as the main graphics card. And man, don't buy a 5070 Ti. It's hot garbage. I'm thinking of just returning it. The 6070 XT basically had the same performance. I don't get it. I was expecting so much more out of the 5070 Ti, especially for $1,000. Unimpressed. Unimpressed. Yeah, maybe I do that. Maybe I blockade it all the way to here. Because having this area be like creepy area seems fine to me. Does it? Alright, well, we're going to play with that. The audio. It's all over the place. I followed the supposed guides that they had. And as we can see, those have worked so fantastically well. It cuts out if I don't look directly at it. I think this was the setting that fixed it. Maybe this here, that, potentially. Is it working any better? Like, if I look this way, is it cutting me off still, or am I getting cut off here, maybe? Probably over here for sure. For here, definitely not. I would assume. Is that any better? Can't really tell, but because it's showing on my thing that, you know, it's picking me up talking, so. That does not need to be that loud for sure. As for does it feel like it runs faster? No. The only thing I've seen improvement was Daz. Daz runs fast. Everything else kind of not. Seems so loud in my ear. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, let me know how the audio goes. I think maybe I do that. Maybe I just have this room be that there. Block this off, and then I just start making this area creepy out here and just kind of expand upon it. And have this whole section be hidden. I just don't see a reason to have anything else going with it. Alright. I'm surprised the music was so high. I could have sworn I kept turning it down and down and down and down and... Just... Not working out. Not working out at all. Alright, try. I feel like Goldilocks here, things where, you know, I'm looking for just right and it's just not there. Let's see. That does open up a lot of potential options for how I'm going to set this up here, doesn't it? I usually do a bunch of test streams before Cody up, and I did do some test streams, and they were fine. But today's the day where we find out the 5070 Ti is a legitimate card or not. Or if I should send it back. Perfect. And then I'll grab this little secret passage thing and put it over here. I found a guy who has all these weird hellish world stuff. And that might be absolutely perfect for the final area. And then I found that Epic, being, you know, the homies that they are, already gave me some weird hellish world stuff. So I'm like, oh. I also figured out how the final setup is going to work, the final battle and everything. I already had an idea how I want it to work, but now I have a better idea. Sometimes you just need to make life a little simpler, you know, and cut out things that are ridiculous and go for something that actually is feasible with how your game mechanics are. I guess I can move this a little farther back. I kind of hate that these aren't directly across from each other, but I'm not going to redo it. I'm not doing it. It's not happening. It gives me a lot of area. Then I just assume this is part of like the final section here. And I don't actually have to I guess I don't have to actually worry about having doors on these ones. Like, I guess the only secret passages I want for here are just into the area in the first place, and then into the final area if you actually fulfill the right conditions to even open the door. That's already all coded, so I don't need to worry about that. Catch you later, Shadow. I noticed it selected all the things faster. That's interesting to note. Like, some things might be a little faster. It's just that there was I was doing the playroom, and there kept being lag spikes. Like, I'll even show people what it is. Like, I'll run through the playroom real fast. You see what I'm talking about. And don't get me wrong, I was already getting, like, 40, 50 FPS anyway. Now this card is basically doing exactly that. Like, it hasn't improved a thing, which is weird to me, because you would think that a card that benchmarks is twice as powerful would at least have slightly better performance. Like, I don't even care if it's twice. I'm looking for at least a little, just a tiny fraction. Okay. I hate that bug. Yeah, Let's give it a fair shake, shall we? What's all the extra things here? If I even like that track. Doesn't matter, I guess. I still gotta create a jump scare. There's no nav mesh. One moment. I need nav mesh down. So she'll move around. ATX. Yeah, pretty much the GPUs seem to be very smoke and mirrors. Like I was expecting a lot more, and they're just not. They're just not. Except for Daz. Daz is the one thing I've seen that actually got some pretty serious improvement. That could also be because I was using a 3060 Ti for it, and the 3060 Ti is supposedly as good as the 6700 XT, but I don't believe that's true. I actually think that NVIDIA GPUs kind of suck. I think they've been just completely misreported as being better, but in all my testing, they are not. Things smooth? I would hope so. $2,000 graphics card better look smooth. But right around here is usually where I start seeing problems. If it doesn't. Maybe it just suddenly doesn't. I did do a little optimization to try to help out. You're just sitting there? What you doing, pal? Well, if you don't move... I was still building navigation. Fine. Because I saved it and then forgot you to. You have to move around. Yeah, usually right about to where I was at when it starts doing, it'll drop down to single digit. And I'm like, but maybe I fixed that. I did a lot, every single fix I could try on every single fix the internet suggested. There's just so many dumb fixes. I'm like, I'll try it. I don't care. What's the worst that happens? It still runs like crap. I end up keeping the 3060 Ti as my streaming card because they're like, it barely helps your performance. Bullshit. Total bullshit. Spoken like someone who's never had to stream game dev on here before, for sure. I'm not seeing any lag here. Yeah. Just hop right on in here. I mean, the FPS is still hot garbage. Yeah, actually, that's about what I expected it to be. I mean, it's basically exactly what the 5060 Ti was. Loading something, so it'll drop FPS. Yeah, I have two GPUs. I had a 6700 XT and a 3060 Ti as my streaming card, and now I have a 5070 Ti and the 3060 is the streaming card still. And the 5070 Ti has been so far unimpressive. I would not recommend you buy it. I would recommend you buy a 3060 Ti because the performance is kind of... I have a 1000 watt power supply. It even has the right connector too, like the actual dedicated 600 watt connector that the 5070 would like. Not amazing. We're seeing how it's running right now. Basically about, like, you can see the FPS isn't that great. And before you're like, oh, but maybe the settings are too high. No. I set them nice and low for it. I got you thinking about getting a second GPU. Yeah. My advice is go with the AMD ones. NVIDIA is hot garbage. There's so much wrong with the 5000 series cards. All you need to do is look at the various YouTube videos and check Reddit. I didn't do a lot of research. I just checked the benchmarks thinking, oh yeah, this is so good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Yeah, 16 gigs RAM. The other one had 12. Like the 67XC had 12 gigs of VRAM. So, but supposedly this is faster VRAM, I guess. But yeah, my hope was that this one card would be able to replace both cards. That's just not what happened. I haven't seen the lag spike though. It's still sitting at, you know, mid 30s for the occasional lag down. So basically what the 6700XC was doing, I think the 6700 actually did better in most cases. Which is crazy to me. 48 Super's main? Am I doing any of these? Yeah, like, I think from what I've been hearing, the 4000 series is actually just better. The drivers for the 5000 series suck. But who knows if I do a bunch of replacement. I had to replace the motherboard because the backup mother, actually the second motherboard, I put this card in, my motherboard broke. It never booted after that. No card would work. And then the next card motherboard just couldn't handle this thing. It was like struggling, sputtering, and maybe it was just a bad motherboard. I don't know. I got an even better motherboard, and this one seems to work just fine, for sure. I can go back this way. That way it's so dangerous. But again, like you're looking at like mid 30s, and when I'm not streaming, unlike where, you know, the 6700 got better FPS, this doesn't. It just gets that anyway. That's what it does. Motherboard. This one here. And basically, it's still an AM4 motherboard, so I lose a little bit of performance on the 5700 Ti. Everyone's saying you lose about 4 to 10% performance on it, so for a card that's supposedly 120% better than the 6700 XT, I should still get, like, you know, at least 100% better. And didn't do that. But I saw the price to upgrade to the AM5 stuff, and it would have cost me like $1,500 between the motherboard, which was the cheapest thing, processor, which was the second cheapest thing, and then the DDR5 RAM, which I don't really want to pay like $800 to $1,000 for 64 gigs of RAM. Like, what the hell are we talking here? You're telling me that you're telling me that that RAM sticks are more valuable than this big old graphics card? Really? Like, what are we talking? So it was like $170. I didn't get any kind of sale on it. It was just the best one for what I needed. I also need to make sure I have the right clearance too, because you know, backup graphics card, because one graphics card not enough apparently. It didn't do the lag spike even once, so it seems pretty good. The most important thing though is the Bluetooth on its way better. The other one was disconnecting when I was right in front of the computer, and I was like, I'm right here. Why isn't this working? Oh good, what the hell? This one's like, well, I can go basically outside the house and it's still on. And look at the FPS drop there. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, look at that. Good. Yeah, look, that feels like a $1,000 graphics card, doesn't it? Yeah, look at that. Charlotte's still loaded in. You shouldn't, but... And then what does this one have different? Well, there's reflections in this room. I thought this thing was supposed to be good with reflections. Yeah, you probably will be. I mean, you just need a... The one I had before was pretty good. It's just that it broke. It was like 4 years old. It just broke. The BIOS crapped out. It wouldn't even, you know, show that. And I messed with the chip. Couldn't get it to work. Did full BIOS reset. Nothing. Lights were getting everywhere on the motherboard. You know, that was also right above what the graphics card was put in. Oh, sorry, it was right below the graphics card. So maybe one too many jolts, I guess. Man, this room is terrible. Jesus. Maybe if I increase the reflection thing? I don't know. If this is the problem I'm seeing here. Like, this is just such bad performance that I don't know what to do about that. It's sad. Yeah. And the thing is for the task manager, it's not really using much of the GPU at all. I can screenshot it. Yeah, I did all that. Full BIOS reset and everything. Motherboard jumps, all that crap. Would not work. Has found its way to the dumpster where it belongs. I mean, I messed with it for days. You know, it took a couple days for the second motherboard to arrive. So I had a couple days with no computer to mess with. So it's like, okay. Yeah, if you look, this thing here, look at how little the GPU is being used. I guess they're both on GPU 0. I could fix that, I guess. I don't know why it reset to that. But even then, what are we talking here? Why is the FPS so bad in this room now? This is what I'm saying. Don't buy a 5070. It's trash. I'm probably going to go back to the other card, the upgrade of the 6070 XT, 6700 XT. Shouldn't be an upgrade. Sure feels like an upgrade. Why Charlotte doesn't respond. So. But yeah, that's the plan today. Maybe figure out why things are broken. And also make certain that the streaming stuff's reset up. So reinstall Windows. I did every trick I could think of to make the 5070 not trash. Oh, sorry, 5070 Ti. I got to include that. It's an extra $300 for those 2 letters afterwards. I tested it on, like, was it the last Tomb Raider game? I remember because I did the 6070 XT when I first got it. That was the game I got and I tested it. And it was just a solid 120 to 140 FPS the whole time when that card was running. And this one doesn't do any better. It's the same. I don't get it. It's the same thing. You need to send it back and get a real graphics card, you know, from AMD. Like I said, the only thing that got improved was Daz. Daz doesn't like AMD. But I don't know how much I need Daz anymore. I mean, I made a bunch of characters with it, but they've increased their prices, so all the assets needed to help, you know, for the basis of the characters are so high now that even with sales, it's like it's not that budgety anymore. It used to be pretty budgety for making custom characters, and now it's yeah, not good. Yep, that's been my thug life as of late. A game dev thug life. Oh, she's not despawning. She should be. You know, I actually hate this track. Every time it comes up, I hate it. Puppet array, current profit. Okay. I can ignore distance or something on this. This is actually the track I used for the intro for the RPG Maker Game Jam version of the game. Not sure if we use it again. It was just, you know, explaining the whole world and all that. It may or may not. There are a lot of ideas I'm still taking from that game. I had, you know, basic concepts that I wanted to do. It's just I made a better story to go with it. Better setup. I mean, better than a Game Jam story isn't exactly saying much. Pretty certain just having a story is automatically better than that. I think you're able to ignore the room change. Oh, this is just to clear up the non-NPCs, sure. It's not even an NPC. Encounter table. Oh, I say encounter system. There's an encounter system, but table here. Wait. You're not even spawned in by the Puppet Master. Oh. Really? I stopped using the room info thingy as the spawner, even though it's got a built-in spawner thing. You'd think that, you know, maybe I should use that. But nah. Scarlet Smoke. Wait. This is not. The sparks have player room first and second floor somewhere, right? What's spawning her in? Am I right? Might be wrong. Okay, a second. Like, wait a minute. If the room's not spawning her in, and the Puppet Master's not spawning her in. I mean, she's a ghost. She just haunts the game. She just spawns whenever she wants to spawn. It could. But the thing is that the performance should be well, hopefully at least on par with the 6070. I didn't change any of the code between the initial test. In fact, I've actually gone through and wiped out a whole bunch of things in the world to try to speed this up since then, after the initial test. Yeah, it should be superb, and yet it's struggling. And I don't know why. Maybe the card is just garbage, but I mean, it benchmarks really well. I guess it just doesn't work. Probably gonna eat a restocking fee and just send it back. In fact, a lot of performance issues my machine probably was having before, with like slow site loading. It's probably the motherboard giving out. I was just gonna upgrade this. I was like, well, it's only getting like, 30, 40 FPS, when I'm streaming, and it's getting like 70, 80 in package. I haven't tested a package version yet because I had to reinstall Unreal Engine, which means I got to put all the crap in to repackage it, get all the stuff, and I forgot the list. I gotta find that. So yeah, I'll get to it. But it might have okay performance on that, maybe. I would hope so. We could really test it, even though it's fast performance. But we'll see. I don't really see why I'm paying all this money for a card that can't even match the performance of a card. Why is she spawning now? Like, she vanished for a second. Yeah, they're apparently, for the last year, people were having a lot of problems with the card anyway, and they were already saying the drivers were hot garbage. And the new ones have kind of fixed some problems. Like, every once in a while, when I click between two different things, like, you'll see the screen flicker too. So it's happening less this motherboard, so that's something at least. But everyone else complains about it, so I don't think that it's specifically, this motherboard. Sorry, test with another motherboard as well. Actually, I can just number them out. It'll be special. I mean, yeah, if you just go back and look at the various streams, you can see I test the FPS all the time, and yet it's just not there. But this one is a different color. Maybe Charlotte not despawning is, you know, part of the problem. So again, this code was already like that. So I didn't add a problem in the meantime. All I did was go through and take out all the geo brushes I had that were bad for performance in general, but those have nothing to do with code. And everything to do with just something has to be perpetually loaded. So you know, just that. I really didn't plan this very well with that door there. Look at how bad the performance is here. That's because I have something open though. And having these open actually lowers your performance. But I mean, this room was getting like 30 with those open, which was pathetic too. But yeah, she went away and then came back. Yeah. Yeah, she keeps coming back. Like it despawns her. And then it's like, but back. And I'm like, no. It's like despawns. I somehow got hit by her, I guess. Does it? I mean, I have Brave open, but nothing. I haven't changed anything. Like, these are all the same things I've always done. I've always ran Brave in the background because it keeps track of all the different, you know, things so I can see what's going on. And, you know, social streams always ran. I ran Krita in the background all the time. Discord's still running as usual. I mean, nothing's really changed. Same music player, everything should be the same. So I didn't bother to pay attention to what's going on there on those codes there, but and that's just the issue I'm having here. I have no idea. I find you swap cards. Yeah, it does too. PC is going anyway. Damn. Gotta run an antivirus. They just don't do anything useful. But they steal your FPS like crazy. So much stuff is just not very good these days. So it's saying that it went down each time. It just goes down this match too, sure, which is pretty anticipated. Yeah, but then it brings it back. But no, I went to, I figured a fresh install of Windows and just all the usual stuff I put there should be perfectly fine. It should vastly improve the FPS. I also updated the BIOS on the motherboard just in case. Did nothing. I haven't used Afterburner to improve the FPS. Not like that. You can overclock the graphics card, but did I have to overclock this graphics card for it to perform as well as a 6070 XT? Because really? card's ancient. It was like $300 when I got it. That's like $300 now or something. So it's pretty cheap. It's not the $1,000 thing that I have now. It's like once it has this in there, it just automatically does this. But wait, it doesn't have the painting blockers though, right? Like if I run to this room and run back, the painting blockers. Once again, my spawning system for the encounter system is not as good as it should be. Like yeah, because she goes away and then immediately comes back for some reason. The painting blockers are in there. They can't even seem to successfully stay in anyway because they're checking for the height thing like that. There's so much wrong with the system here. I was just doing concept stuff, really thinking, I'm gonna do that today. What ignores the despawn? Because the remove puppet checks usually what happens here. This is what dictates if it's makes a difference or not. Room spawned's fine, that's good. And then she doesn't have ignore room check, does she? No. She has nothing that prevents it. She can't be. She has all the immunities. She can't act, which is required for them to even do anything. Invincible, sure. The boss counts as an enemy, sure. Those are all fine. But she has nothing special to prevent her from despawning. Except for that, I probably have a thing that makes it so bosses don't despawn at a distance like that. Right here. The do not despawn tag. Yeah, so she has the boss tag. See, this causes the same problem. But I think the actual issue is some sort of what decides that they're spawned, not what decides that they're despawned. Because if she despawns, it's just she comes back. So something's telling her to respawn it. That doesn't make sense. And now they have the same problem. So something with the permanent tag that makes them not get RFP'd. Well, that gets me a little farther down the right path. So when it removes it from the counter array here on the room change, does it actually remove it from the array? I mean, supposedly it does. I don't know why it would not do it. has those. Doesn't have Ignore Puppet Master. Sure. Reached update. Updating gameplay tags. Sure. I get the tags, fine. Maybe I should do it in another order. I don't see why permanent would do that. It just doesn't stop the it being root in the first place. It has it in an array. And it's being told to respawn it. But the only mechanism for spawning is the encounter system here. Which, as far as I know, those are spawn NPCs. It's because there's a do end here. It has to be. Because what's happening is it's somehow getting caught in this do end forever. I don't know how it can get caught in do end forever, seeing as how it should pick up every single time. I think it forces perpetually. There needs to be a room check right here to break it. That would make sense. Whenever behavior is random in Unreal Engine, it's always a timing issue, every time. Things are loading in the wrong order. We're just being executed. And so, let's look for some sort of issue where time matters. No? I still didn't pull it off. It's keeping the information in the array somehow. But this please, not that. Until it's spawned, I can't do it, right? Because it can't convert this to a name. Yeah, it can't. That's what sucks when something is, you have to async load it. It's not actually loaded in. It's kind of awkward. I'm curious about that information there. I'm also curious what's going on here with these rooms. Like, so I'm assuming it's just not removing it from the encounter array or something, so it has time to put it back. Indeed. YouTube gotten all the views lately. 36 people concurrently watching. I'm assuming they're all sleeping. Sleeping on the job. I see how it is. So, before that, let's Charlotte first. The system feels really heavy. Yeah, see Charlotte playing first 4. Did he spawn that time? Now Charlotte's gone. Interesting. And now it's working? No, it's not. Nope, still back up. Yep, Charlotte first 4. Yeah, it's just not removing her. Yep, exactly. That's the secret I've been finding. Like, if I could just get 1,000 subs, I get monetized with ads, and then suddenly I would just stream on YouTube and collect all the sleepers. Because if I start streaming at the same time, I collect sleepers, and then it's like, it's like, you know, 37 people watching. That's pretty good for, you know, YouTube. You probably pay pretty well, you know. Like, you might get like $5 or $6 a night. Paying very well. Still, gotta make some tutorials. I think I'm gonna start doing that. Do it in this order. I'm gonna go through and revamp this code. A lot of this code is trash. But now, if I actually was consistent about it, I'm actually surprised YouTube's even funneling all those people to me, because I haven't been streaming, and usually YouTube punishes you for not streaming, but I guess there's just a lot of extra sleepers tonight. I still remember the day when I had like 3,000 subs on YouTube and, sorry, 300 subs on YouTube and, one night 200 people were watching me and not a single one was talking. And then some guy wanted to say, like, what's even going on here? There's so many people watching. It's like, I don't know. It's before I knew about sleepers. You know, for some reason, I just assume people turn their stuff off before going to sleep. But I guess it's not a thing. As soon as I, you know, I'll be laying in bed watching something like that, and as soon as I can't remember, like, the last minute, I go to sleep. Because it means I'm already starting to nod off. Like, oh, time to go to sleep. Came back in. Yeah, it's not emptying it, so... I believe I need to clear the array. I'm assuming. It's so weird. You would think that taking a variable and setting it to a specific value would in fact erase the other values in the variable, right? This is not adding to it. I'm setting the value as that. So you would think that that would set the array to be equal to that. Not true. Do a delay until next tick just to be 100% certain it doesn't try to execute things like that. You'd think so. But and here we are. It does not work like that. I didn't bother clear the array. That one's on me. I don't recall it being a problem like that in JavaScript, but you know, here we are. Here we are things. The painting blocker was in there. It's too fast. Like it's in the middle of doing something and then it wants to do those things. So stop that. Like sometimes I can do it so quickly that it causes an issue. But it's a little better. So you can see that it's still a timing problem where sometimes you can trigger it fast enough. Like if I do that, I'm trying to screw it up intentionally. Yeah, I had it going on there. As the painting blocker there, Charlotte's still in play. I could give it like a gameplay tag or something that says, hey, if this isn't the same, or if it says to reset this. And then I have the room change have it. Like a gameplay tag room change, it's not a bad idea. I don't even bother with booleans very often anymore. I just use gameplay tags. Because, you know, it's annoying to keep track of all the booleans, but also it's so easy to just send these gameplay tags wherever I want and then have all this information about a target. Just a boolean, you know, box that you just shove around. Which I get you could actually make with, you know, just having a struct. Or you could have like just an array of booleans that you handed. But the difference is these are global. Like, anyone can have any of these tags. You don't have to have special tags in each one to keep track of where everything is. So they're just really good booleans. And they make great descriptors because you just describe things in terms of the booleans that they are. Classify everything. Suddenly you have like a million things. It's so easy. That's just specific room is. I was gonna identify by these rooms here, what room they're in, but I don't know why I didn't do that. There might have been some reason why it wasn't very good. I think it had something to do where you couldn't get the name of the tag. I don't know. It was something weird where it just didn't work right. But you can just have a map. Like, those have worked out great. Other than for some reason you can't organize a map. I hate so much. Where you just want to drag them in the right order that they're supposed to be. You can't do that. Well, map system check. Room change. Alright. I don't think I care about this anymore. It's unnecessary because I'm just going to I guess I'll keep this information available. But I'm just going to tell it to change the room over here. It's going to have this check, and if it has that, then, do that. Otherwise, continue on. This way, it'll be changed outside of this. Because this can actually change and make it, it'll update these things here, and it's done independently, so it could actually trample this over and make this work. Like these two match before this thing finishes checking, as it goes through this full loop. It's entirely possible that that can happen as it's going through all this code, and that's good. So this way, it'll forcibly change this, and nothing else changes it back, except for right here where I'm gonna reset the NPC spawns here. I'm gonna remove this tag here. Here. I just do it inside here, keep it clean. I gotta try 5.8.1 now because they updated 5.8. Turns out 5.8 wasn't a very good release. It didn't take them very long to put 5.8.1 out. But maybe that'll improve speed or... Okay, upgrading versions of Unreal Engine has never ever once improved the speed. Ever. Never improved speed. How'd that happen? I mean, that... I fixed it there. All right. Those sound delicious. Now I want potato and egg tacos. Do you see what you've done here? Of course, it's 3:47 a.m., so that's not. Actually, I just want potatoes right now. Not even tacos, just potatoes. I don't know why. I'll take bacon with it, because I'll take bacon with everything. Yeah, perfect time for breakfast. Except for there's nothing open, and I'd have to cook things, and I'm kind of streaming at the moment, so I guess I could do a cooking stream. It wouldn't be as bad as watching Asmongold cook, for sure. My house is pretty clean, but, you know. I also would do $2 steak, because I want potatoes. But bacon potatoes is boring. I got a great, thing for doing baked potatoes in a, toaster oven, or a regular, I guess, too. But it takes like 5 minutes to set up at best, and then you just put it in the thing and come back in like an hour. It's like, doesn't do anything. I think this fixed the problem. I'm not a lousy cook. I just hate cooking. Here's the difference. And I'm in this room. How can you count me as being in the washroom? That's weird. I'm still counted as in the washroom. Can I hack my own game by just simply running in and out of the room so it counts me as in the wrong room? And then just make it so Charlotte never spawns? Oh God. Have I found a way to break my own game again? Well, at least I've discovered another problem. The room info thingy, it does dictate everything that spawns in the game, so if the room info is wrong, that's not great. But it's only like a fringe thing, like you gotta run through the door back and forth a lot, like this to even trigger it. But the fact you can is the problem. Here, I'll be right back. Hey. Let me give up this ring. Problems here. Because I mean, it mostly works. It's just the whole run back and forth causes an issue. Sometimes. But even then, it's pretty hard to cause the issue. Yeah. In fact, so far I've only got the issue happen once. Yeah, it fixed itself anyway. There's the room info here. Inside something. Oh, not the city. Probably spawn these in based on the Puppet Master in that system, as opposed to having them just directly spawn in all the time. That also means I won't have to click on them accidentally every 5 seconds too. One of the problems is that they are often loading into here too. Try it. System, some kind of table. I've come to the conclusion now that even though I end up feeling like crap all the time, I'm just gonna keep working anyway. I don't care. Whatever, I'll do it. Let's keep working. Cool thing about this is later on, when events change in the game, I can make it where these don't spawn. There's definitely a shift in the game later on for how things happen. So I can just award the player these, and then suddenly they won't be there anymore. Whereas at the room info, I can't. The system is much better set up for it. Keep making newer, better systems, and that's yeah, pretty good, pretty good. I like this track. Purposes of a creepy area. Why is this rotated down? Does that matter? Oh, I know why it's rotated. I should spawn facing the direction of the arrow. I should teleport to those locations. No more clicking on this crap. Hear me out on this one. It's really nice to not. Like, they're so hard to not click. It's just so. What are you? Is it from up here? Okay. Not many people actually watch it. Mostly just everyone watching it. That's right, little sleepers. May you dream about all these little toys coming to life and killing things. Mostly each other, but maybe you shouldn't get too close to them in your dreams, you know? Hear me out on this one. Somewhere out there, some poor sleeper is probably now dreaming about dolls coming to life. I mean, there's only like 42 of you, so statistically, I probably didn't get it, but you know, I'll have to keep working on it. See if I can learn to influence dreams. You like the Freddy Krueger of YouTube? If I just suggest things I don't actually get in your dreams, or do I? How do you know? Can't add I'd be fine with being an SCP streamer. Have you ever seen Not Your Normal Kids Show? That's actually how the one lady becomes, you know, the weird clown girl. She gets pulled into the screen. That's becoming like almost like an SCP thing. Hear me out on this one. I could be an SCP person. Yeah, hell of a retirement. I'd probably should. I actually just watched all of Dead Like Me. I remember watching the show back in the day, and I was like, "This was kind of a cool show. I never see how it ended." Okay, well, now I know. There's actually a movie too. Oh, cool. Speaking of weird afterlives, Afterlife is a civil servant. I'm sure I feel about that one, but you know. I'd be willing to give it a try. Just saying. Be a Grim Reaper. It's so funny. She's like belly aching the whole time, and it's like, I'll never get to do all these things. It's like, bitch, you're immortal now. You're gonna live forever. Or until you go like, you know, Last Soul, but you got some guy who's like from like the 20s or something there, living like, you know, all the way till now 100 years alive. And he's just like on top of his regular life. I think you'll be fine. You'll get plenty of time. Something. Good to go. Just finished my work. Got some physical bookkeeping instead of digital. But digital, it's so much fun. I guess to be fair, with how inconsistent everything is there, I'm not even tried want electronic anything there. To be fair, I'm not trying to want paper anything there either. What if there's a riot and they burn the books? Oh. On the other hand, what if the power goes out? I'm glad I don't live over there. Nope, Ben. I don't. Let's see if this is working before I replace them all, shall we? Put the right info for that. Let's see. Where's the front? Is it? It sounds like it's farther and closer away. Maybe I'm just too far from the thing. In and out. Move it over here, maybe? Is that why? Huh. I keep doing that. Move it over here. Yeah. I can play with the filters a little more. The threshold can be a little lower. How about now? Is that a little better? I'll move over here. Is that better? I can probably up the gain too. If I get too back up here, it gets pretty close. I could up the gain a little bit. Might help a little. Any better over here? Really far away? Super far away? The most far away? Okay. How about this way? Am I still too far? Maybe? Huh? Possibly? Super far away? Way far away? Okay, now I'm starting to hurt my back. A little too far. Okay, good. Yeah, I got the filters open to play around with this compressor like that. So, if things don't sound good, I'll just keep adjusting them until they do. Oh, that FPS is hot. Yeah, baby. Is the volume all good now? Hell yeah. He's waiting by the buttons. Don't be like that. You're so mean. My button, not your button. I'd open that button. As long as he's spawning, I don't care too much. Ah, yes, single digit FPS. Beautiful. I'm so glad I paid for the 5070 Ti. It's so good. Everyone should go out and buy one right now. NVIDIA is a serious graphics card company, I swear. I think I'm just gonna have to send it back. It's so garbage. Everything looks like work. At least the motherboard's good. I probably will end up sending this graphics card back. It's... Man. I want it to work. Maybe tomorrow night I'll put the 6070 XT back in and see how we're working on that. Because, you know, maybe I'm just misremembering everything. Watch that, I did. I mean, I don't think I am misremembering, but, you know, pretty sure I tested like a million times. Why does it do this? It's like these weird tiny percentage thingies. Why? Why not just do 90? What are we doing here? Did you put it there anyway? Like, what's going on with all the dots afterwards? Do you just always do that? No. How about 91? Doesn't do that. How about 90? Yeah, it puts dots after it. Unreal Engine. I wish they'd stop vibe coding you. Like, seriously, please just stop vibe coding Unreal Engine, Epic. That's all I'm asking. That's right. Well, I originally was thinking they were supposed to be good because everyone's like, they're so good. Oh my god. Fap, fap. And I'm like, dude, over there, please. Not near the computer. And they're just like, fap, fap, fap. NVIDIA. Oh, twice the price. Ah, so good. Now I realize they're like Apple people who just pay for shitty hardware but like the name. Like I say, outside of the DAS problem, I don't even like NVIDIA cards at all anymore. The DAS problem does suck, for sure. Oh, this is just the end of this track. I was like, this sounds kind of cool. Oh, it's just this little tiny bit. Hate it. I would. Cheaper, and they just seem to work better. And they're like, put my AI, I can run my own model on here. Why? For what? Hmm. I mean, there's AIs already all over the place that are way better. Why would you run your own model? But they're like, but token's so good. I'm like, well, after you pay like $1 million for this ridiculous graphics card that can't run any games, somehow does AI. Then you have to buy another graphics card that can actually run games. Yeah, you know, maybe it's not such a good deal. Hell yeah. Oh, 256 gigabytes of RAM. What are we, rich people here? I mean, who can afford RAM these days? Crazy talk. You're not supposed to buy RAM. Yeah. Pretty much. It's so funny. The benchmark sites I was looking at, it was comparing the graphics cards, said there was like only an 8% difference between like the 1080 and the 6700 XT, but when I ran like the Tomb Raider game testing it, it was like 50 FPS versus like 140. I was like, so I thought, well, this one having like 120 some odd percent difference on the thing should make it like the goods, and yet this feels more like a loss of 10%. Not a gain of anything. Crazy. Because this is how they stacked up as far as it's concerned. This is from the TI one like that. So supposedly this card is like that much better on like every single thing. This is just this isn't even the 6700 comparison. But according to it, it's 130% better than my previous card. So I was thinking, yeah, man, this is the good. Because according to this, I think I had a 1080 Ti, I guess. Sure. According to this, like it's like 1% better. But this was like 50 FPS on the Tomb Raider game, and this was like 140. So I don't believe this information anymore at all. Also, some of the new graphics cards are being bugged out. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like, I'm probably going to send it back because the performance is just garbage. Like, I don't know what to do about it. It's just complete trash. Like, it's struggling so hard. Like I said, tomorrow night I'll test the 6700 XT in there. And we can all be, like, just our minds be boggled here. Download Playroom 4.2 so I could see if I've got all the other ones. It's hard to tell with the stupid... Oh, those are technically in the second one. All these rooms are out of order so badly. Wish I had a better setup for this. But yeah, it's possible the card is just broken or it doesn't work as well. It's a piece of crap. Because everywhere I was seeing, you know, in people's reviews were saying it was amazing. Oh my god, it was so much better. And then I see all these videos and all these Reddit threads of, you know, how crap it is, and it's like, it's possible I just send them the other one and see what's up with that, because this just seems weird. Weird. I'm sure not paying $1,000 for worse performance. They can suck my nuts. That's right. That's not happening. Is that what this is? Basically, these are all these tracks that I got from Humble Bundles. And I just put them in the background because I have the legal right to use them in streams. I should use like video game music though, because almost all the video game music isn't copyrighted. The number of times I've heard Terraria's soundtrack in the background of things is silly. I think Asmongold uses Skyrim music or something like that. The original assumption was I would just delete all the stuff I didn't like, and then whatever was left would be what I would use for the game. And the reality was there was like thousands of different tracks from just like 3 or 4 Humble Bundles. And I was like, yeah. Can't be bothered to go through all that. Can't be bothered to delete everything. I actually did delete a lot of stuff before I even put them on the list. Oh, I know what I was doing here. Oh my god, it's so hard to click on things in this area. Maybe that's why this one fails. She spawns right there? I mean, I guess it's fine that she spawns there. Reasonable location as any, I guess. What is going on? Why did you end up tiny? This is another weird bug I've been discovering. I'll drag a character onto the screen like that, and then it'll put a tiny one there instead. And then she's normal the next time. This is just one of those Unreal Engine was vibe coded problems, you know? You ever need to wonder why they've been vibe coding Unreal Engine for a really long time, and that's why stuff is almost always broken in the stupidest ways. Like things that worked before and are just totally broken now. Just because they vibe code the whole thing. I'm definitely waiting for the AI bubble to crash, for sure. It won't get rid of AI entirely, but what it will do is make them not have it in literally fucking everything. Maybe they'll stop wasting time with AI coding. And things will actually work. Probably not. But a man can dream. The hell is the room info again? Looking for a name, looking for a name. It's so hard to click things past this stupid smoke. I'm literally right by it, Unreal Engine. Come on, let me click the thing. I just can't click it. The smoke is in the way. Damn it. Alright, let's get rid of the smoke first. I hate these things. This can be number 1, I guess. Sure. Something from Zelda. Oh, this is part of that the Eufolka music that is a whole bunch of music that sounds like it's from a bunch of RPGs. A lot of it sounds like Castlevania music, but it was like free music on his site. I found that's a big thing. A lot of the dark fantasy studio stuff I have sounds like music from somewhere else. It's just like a generic ripoff of everything. I'd be surprised how generic ripoff is the strategy for music. Just enough to convince YouTube that it's not the same, not copyright infringement. But no, YouTube, it is fine. What are you talking about? I remember when I released the RPG Maker version of this game, one of the guys who decided to review my early prototype, I don't know why, he thought it was like a finished game, even though it's a prototype. But he was saying, this sounds like this track or this thing. And I'm just like going, I guess so. I've never heard that track. To be fair, it could actually just be the same track from whatever game because they were from Humble Bundles, so anyone could have used them. Not like I have exclusive anything on him. He was very fixated. It was like the most awkward review I think I've ever seen because he, well, one, he was reviewing my prototype, so it was just a concept game, but he spent 30 minutes, which is the length of the review he does, reviewing the first 6 minutes of intro. Which, to be fair, was a little longer than it needed to be, but it was just like, he never got to gameplay. He just did like the intro little story bit, and I was like, oh, okay. Weirdest review ever. I mean, you played through the intro, but he never got to the actual past the intro. It was funny. That was the first review I ever had. But, you know, and all the things he said in there, he never said my writing was bad. No point did he say that. He said lots of other weird things and got into a big tirade about why prostitution was okay. Because I established in my word that prostitution was illegal. He's like, it's totally legal, blah, blah, blah. First off, it's actually illegal in California, by the way. I was just like, he got this big old tirade about it. It was funny to watch. I was like, okay, but he never said my writing was bad. It was just really funny. Nobody should play that awful game, though. The concept game was terrible. This is such a bad game. It's available on my itch.io, I guess, if you hate yourself. I don't know why you would do it. It was a bad system how I was doing this. Guess I'm on the third one, sure. The next guy played it, and he said that when it was finished, it'd be he'd pay like $5 for it. These are ones where they actually had a video review, so I sat there and watched the video review. I only ever had the 2 video reviews of that game. It's not surprising, it was a bad game. It never was actually finished anyway. It could have eventually been a solid Diablo knockoff, I would imagine. That's pretty much how it played out. But my goal was never to make a Diablo clone. It's just hard to make the kind of game you'd want in RPG Maker because it's RPG Maker. And you really can only have 2D top-down games in it. Unless you want to use something to try to make 3D in that. But if you're doing that, why in the world aren't you just using an engine that does 3D? Yeah, this might actually make a big difference in performance. Gosh, I'll be able to click on things again. Oh, that'd be another one. But anyway, back to that thing that the guy was saying, you know, he spent all the time talking about my little intro and everything like that. And it's funny, I changed it because I thought, oh, maybe it's too long. And then someone complained that he liked the longer intro. It's just like, because I don't like long intros games either, but I mean, you did play through it. There was clicking to do. You moved around, you did things. The next one took only 2 minutes to get to the action. No long Skyrim cart ride. Well, you find out you're a prisoner yet again. I can't wait to find out what kind of a, you know, criminal prisoner type of person I am for the next Elder Scrolls game. Works. Wait, I don't think I have a music setup for the top, do I? I do. Okay. How the garbage FPS is just jerking around and making me hate myself. There's 2 Charlottes now. Where is she? Room 2nd floor, sure. Splitting this room in 2 pieces, like vertically, was weird. Oh, I did this. Yeah, I don't see her. Well, first off, this should just say 2nd floor at the time. It won't matter if it actually summons her or not. That won't change anything. All it's doing is just later on I can award Poppet this item, and then it won't spawn. Definitely gonna add a lot more creepy to the game. Charlotte harassing you throughout the game. Also, I think I like having her be level 666. She shows up as having a level. I figure 666 should cover it. By this point in the game, you're level 12 at best, I believe. No, you'd be alive. I think maybe you're level 12. So you know, a little bit of level disparity. Doesn't matter. She's invincible anyway. I just thought it'd be fun to put that. Oh, I know what happened. I didn't remove this. Having the Puppet Master spawn in all these things seems so much better. I don't want anything that's got huge particles spawning in any other way, unless I have to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello there. How are you? I don't know if anyone can see this giant Charlotte here, but you know, I'm just saying. Oh god, she's coming right for us. Stop that. Oh wait, you can tell is right. Twitch clip that. There you go. Yeah, you see the giant Charlotte. Apparently you can tell Twitch that now. I don't know if it worked, but the fact that it spawned this titanic monster is pretty horrifying. Yeah, I touched her. That's why she's not moving around, by the way, if you were curious about that in any way, shape, or form. Ginormous. Yeah. Is it because I told her to spawn in at giant size for some reason? That's dumb. She's already giant sized. Doesn't need to be giant sized any more than that. You looking normal over there, lady? Oh, there she is. Oh, she caught me somehow. Find the encounter system. Somewhere it's print stringing like crazy. It's right here. Yeah. I'm tempted to make Charlotte a little smaller so she can actually get through doors. Wow. Things really aren't set up to crawl very well. Like, I wish you could have the capsule be turned on its side, but you just can't. Her capsule is actually really small. Why do you have two skeletal meshes? I don't know. You don't need to. Okay, I'd like to move the cylinder. Guys? Anyone? Why does this have no name? Make her like a little bus. Hey, Johnny B, how's it going? Oh, well, thanks for the raid, man. I just had to do a bunch of reset, like, stuff like that, so I forgot to set up the alerts. My bad. Testing out a, awful graphics card known as the 5070 Ti, and it runs like absolute dog shit. It's so bad. Oh my god. Not better at all. It's struggling to do what the 6700 XT was doing, which is weird. Yes, indeed. So I am the sad. But I went to install it in my previous motherboard, and then the board broke. Like, the BIOS just shorted out. There's nothing I could mess with the chip and everything like that. Did a full reset and everything like that on the BIOS, and had to buy a new motherboard. Then the next motherboard I got was barely working at all. It was super defective. So I'd ordered yet another motherboard. And then we're using that one now, and that one worked. And I have two different graphics cards running right now. The 3060 Ti, which is supposed to be doing the OBS stuff, but I guess is being weird and not doing it. And the 5070 Ti, which is struggling real hard. It's either defective or it's just garbage. So I've gone through and updated the motherboards. I've tried both sets of drivers they have, the studio ones and the game ready ones. Done every weird little voodoo fix that anyone suggested on the internet, and I've been through quite a few, but still the performance is trash. I don't know. I'm messing with her collision. So she's more like a bus. Maybe she'll fit through doors a little better. Maybe. Kinda. I was gonna work on some concept areas, but I got sidetracked. This happens. I just get sidetracked. Feels like I checked everything. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had some idea, but I don't know. Why do you change it back to the other? I wonder if 50 doors better, but also not a flip on. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna send it back and see if I can get one with better performance. Like maybe it is just messed up. I think I'm just gonna end up eating a restock fee or something like that and being really sad. But I don't know. I'm gonna put the 6070 XT back in and stream with that. See how that goes. Little print screen or something. I got a bunch of things open off to the side here. These things here that are lowering the FPS. So I'll show off just how high quality the whole thing is here. But I think how the print strings are. I don't need to, but it's annoying. Not this anymore. Ooh, yeah. Kind of laggy. Nice. Yeah. If I close out these things here and the content browser thingy, which does rob you of FPS for sure. And it gets a whopping... Yeah, look at that amazing FPS there. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I set the thing higher to see if it made any difference because I don't think it did, but let's put it back on medium. We wouldn't want to challenge this card. Let's put it back on garbage. Okay, so now we're able to get, you know... Oh, well, I spoke too soon. I thought we were at least getting the mid-30s. No, it looked like the benchmarks are really high. I had the benchmarks actually somewhere. I think I screenshotted it. Did I screenshot it? I guess I didn't. Damn. Didn't really do anything, did it? What does he even put that? Probably in the files for it. Oh, I gotta open the GPU real. Okay, right. Control Shift Plus opens the GPU visualizer. I have no idea where it even puts that information. I never used that thing. Yeah, but the profile stuff forever. Here, I didn't see anything pop up for it. I was like, fun. Oof. Don't have spine issues. That's my advice to everybody. I was like, ugh. Nothing? No, nothing. Output log. Can has output log? Can't has output log? Thanks, guys. Alright, that button does nothing. Can has output log now? Okay. There you go. You'd think that. And yet, I've seen something about having to enable it in the actual project or something. At least that's what the little braid thingy at the top was saying. That's for package builds, though. But I don't see Profile GPU providing anything. I forgot what half the little profile thingies are because I haven't used any of it in plus months. Because I didn't do any coding for like 7+ months. And I'm trying to remember where everything was. But I mean, the big difference is I didn't make any changes other than switching graphics cards, and the FPS went down. Since then, I've actually done things to improve the FPS. Wait, why am I down here? By removing all the geometry brushes in the level. It's not. It's only fast in that benchmark. It performs like trash and everything else. It does basically the same as the 67 XT, and like I tested it in the third Tomb Raider game because that was what I originally tested the 6700 XT in, and it's the same FPS as a card that is trash. Yeah, it did well in the benchmark where it got like 92nd percentile or something like that in the world, so it was up there because apparently it ranks it, you know, with the 1 percentile being the worst, not the best like you would maybe think it would be. So it says it's like, you know, only 8% computers out there are better than it, and yet I'd run the benchmark again, but then it wouldn't work very well because I'm running all this other crap, so obviously it's not going to work very well. But to be honest, I forgot whatever the command was for that. So what was the command for whatever it is you want to see, and I'll run it. I said, it's so many months since I wasn't using it. But it's not the game's fault. It's the graphics card's fault. Oh, well, stat FPS has been running like crazy. Better all the time, but here, let me give you a... See how beautiful that FPS is? Oh, yeah, look at that. Good. That unit? Sure, we'll do that. Hey, look, the FPS went up for a sec. Oh, I said something. I should have shut the hell up. See it drop suddenly? Yeah, look at that. I gotta remember, NVIDIA doesn't make good graphics cards. As soon as I remember that, I'll be much better off in life. Stop spawning those everywhere. It's annoying. Yeah, well, I mean, like, if it's really a CPU problem, I would just like to point out that Task Manager is showing only 28% CPU usage. The GPU is real struggle in there. The OBS is actually using more of it than the game. So, but the thing is, you know, it used to be that I get 40 to 50 FPS when I closed all the things with the 6700 XT, the obviously better card. And then when I ran the game with nothing running, I get 70 plus FPS. But then the 5070 Ti, when nothing is running, gets 30 to 40 and struggles like this. It's just a worse card. It's weird. Like, it's so bad. Max TPS. TPS 10. Like that. I don't even know what that does, but like I say, this card here is just getting worse performance. With the code didn't change. It's the card's fault. It's just a bad card. Because if a worse card can suddenly do 1,000 times better, yeah. Like, what do we? What's going on here with it? Question is how to even clear that console command. I don't even know it. I used to know what all these things were, and now I've forgotten. I tell GPU times about GPU working. Get the frame rate limiter off. Alright. Thank you. My memory is terrible. Happy now if I just don't run the game. I mean, the GPU time's still terrible. I got a little better there. But for $1,000 brand new card, it sure isn't doing a very good job. So. Well, we'll have to see when I do the other thing, because, like I say, it does such good performance with the other card. But even when I'm not running anything anymore, the performance is trash. And right before I switched the cards, that was not the case. So I'm assuming that this card must somehow just tax the GPU even, oh sorry, the CPU even more. I guess. Maybe it wants to do a bunch of dumb AI crap and it's ruining things. I don't know, but again, like I don't know, like it seems bad. It goes, there's it going. Oh, the 5070 Ti. Yeah, this piece of garbage. I could upgrade the processor. Not the newest processor in the world, for sure. So I would actually probably just rather backpedal to the better card. And now rank the 5070 Ti very low. I had a 6700 XT that was running all this stuff. And it's, I mean, it just trashed this poor thing's performance. The 5070 just couldn't even handle the ridiculous power of the 4-year-old graphics card that costs 1/3 the price. I'm glad it's working out for you. Do you have a AM5 motherboard, or actually, do you which do you have a? Are you using DDR5 RAM? We'll ask that question. That'll give you an idea of which gen you're at. And that'll probably make a big difference right there. I just stuffed it into my AM4 motherboard, well, a brand new AM4 motherboard, because it would have cost $1,500 to upgrade to the DDR5 setup. Yeah, okay. What kind of processor are you running with it? I don't really want to buy any processor. If I thought it would make a difference. 3090X, 64 gigs of RAM. Why is your performance so good? Is that the... What do I have? Yeah, I don't care about showing on here. I guess this is what I said. Yeah, I mean, I had the Ryzen 7 5700G, so... I'm assuming that's better than the 39X. 3900X, I want to assume, right? Possible I should go up to an even better one. I think I can do like a 5900 or something like that. I didn't see a jump in anything. It basically just ran at the same. I was like, and now everything runs at like either the same. DAS is the only thing that got improvement. DAS went up. All the times in DAS got better. And the, well, I didn't really run a benchmark beforehand, did I? I can't say the benchmark got better because I don't know. But Maybe the card's bad? I mean, with a worse processor, you're getting good FPS. I don't know. The motherboard's a new one, which I meant for an even more powerful motherboard because I was like, well, this other one's such trash. Maybe this will be better, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Like I say, tomorrow night I'll put the 6700 XT and I'll run on that for a while. And we'll see how the stream goes. Not gonna do it right now, obviously, because I have to turn everything off. And that'd be terrible because they have like 44 people watching on YouTube. 16 on Twitch, and well, the one on Kick, but you know, that's Kick, you know. No one ever watched on Kick, it's pretty rare. But it's my game, and damn. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm only running all the same things I was running with the other one there, so the fact that it just performs so badly in comparison to the other card is crazy to me. I guess I fixed the bug I was looking at. Other rooms it works out fine though, but it still doesn't even hit 60 FPS. I mean, let's just go stand in an open world. Let's not slowly do it. I mean, I've tried both the game ready ones and the gosh, the other one, whatever it's called. I don't know, there's the two options. Let's give myself the other things there so it shuts the hell up. Oops. So in absolute nothing, we're sitting at struggling for 60. So in a blank world. Yeah, studio, there you go. Yeah, well, I tried both. Right now we're on the game ready. So I was like, oh, I'll give it a shot. Like, I've been messing with this for the last week. And for a card that's supposed to be just blatantly better, it's just unable to perform at the level of significantly weaker cards, which is weird. Look, if I just don't have anything running. Does it? I could overclock the CPU. Well, not right now. Well, like I said, I'm starting to question if the graphics card requires a lot more out of the CPU than the other graphics card did, and that causes the problem. And that's why the other one performs so much better. Like, even though it's supposedly a weaker GPU, it's just not asking that much of the processor, so it just performs much better. Thanks for the link. I'll take a look into it. The thing was, is when the game was packaged, it would get 70 to 80 FPS with the other graphics card. Even on a 1080. Because that was my test bed. It wasn't until I started using this graphics card that it became a problem. Which is why I was like, okay, I've done so many optimizations along the way that, I mean, with that kind of performance, I was like, I don't care anymore. I mean, obviously when I was streaming it, it's a lot on the computer, sure. But with it running so well, it's just not that much. I mean, is there a way to change cap? Let's see. Engine. Yes, cap. Well, I mean, there's no frame rate cap potentially. Hmm. Video link here. Save that for later. Yeah, thanks for the links. Same thing like that. Take a look. Project settings, engine. Oh yeah, occasionally it flickers too. That's another thing this graphics card has decided is the thing. For sure. Doesn't have a fixed frame rate. The minimum desired frame rate. I don't see a max frame rate though. I think a 62 could be the max thing like that. I don't know what this does. Let's test it, shall we? All right. Try to test the same area. I just said so fast. I was like, wait a minute, everything's moving quicker. Yeah, that's because we're not even talk about the room on the other side and how bad this graphics card is sort of reflections. I didn't realize I need to optimize for this card. I now see why everyone gets trash FPS though. When they upgrade their cards, like, it's so bad, blah blah blah. No, the card's bad. Make a difference. Didn't really do anything. I'll leave it. Doesn't do anything. I guess it. Well, I guess I should wait for Charlotte to stand by there because it might actually be that the frame rate smoothing help with her being nearby. What you doing, lady? Where you at? You're sitting over there? If I get nearby, will that slow it down? Yeah, maybe frame rate smoothing's not too bad. I mean, it ain't great, but... Usually she moved over here and this caused a lot of problems. Hmm. Oh, it's not moving. Well, I guess the frame rate smoothing stops it from ever hitting like single digits. That's kind of nice. Yeah, we don't want to do the max FPS 0. FPS 0. It's not really capping anything particularly. Maybe something in the NVIDIA app messes with it too, potentially. Pretty heavy. It doesn't have settings specifically for Unreal Engine. I thought about messing with it, but didn't really support in particular on it. Like I say, it's just weird that, you know, the performance dropped so heavily upon switching cards, like an instant drop. So the card is obviously at fault in some way. It's just, you know, I think it just requires more of the CPU to run that card. And that's why the FPS crashed literally when installing a new card, not when I coded anything different. At least that's my assumption. It's just the card's so heavy on the CPU. Probably because it's trying to do some weird AI garbage or something to try to add in frames or something, and that's probably heavy for the CPU. That's, I mean, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Don't get me wrong. I mean, could I still optimize the game more? Yeah. So the game's performance was perfectly fine before that. Hitting the target of the 70 to 80 FPS. The target was 60 FPS. It does try to do weird stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, the card itself tries to do a bunch of weird things behind the scenes. Something it's doing is really heavy. But I'll have to go back into the woods and remember all the optimization things I did. I've done lots of graphics optimizations. And a lot of code optimizations too. But I could try adding the plugin in there too, but I don't want to do that. I want the I want it to run on, you know, the wimpiest things possible. I've used it in the past. I just forgot all that crap. Because I had all those health problems. I didn't use it in Religion for months. Half a year. I'll put it down. That's one second. My memory sucks, okay? Also not gonna work on. But yeah, I'll put the better card in tomorrow. And then still optimize even more. You can never optimize too much. That's totally incorrect. You most certainly can. Like if your game never comes out, you optimize too much. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I fixed what I want to do in this room anyway. I was just using it as a good tester. We didn't even talk about the washroom. Jesus Christ. I think the other thing had bad performance. Actually, this was getting 30 to 40 FPS while I was running all the stuff, and, you know, 70 plus when I wasn't with the other card. But I thought that room was bad. Wait till you get a load of this room. Well, maybe the room's doing a little better now. I did do an optimization. It was loading Charlotte in both rooms, so it was getting single digits in this room earlier before the optimization to the code. It shouldn't have been. It's never done that before until this card, but you know. I'm gonna get myself a refund. Or I could pay a few $100 extra and get the best possible one I can have for this motherboard, the best possible roster. There's still an AM4, but yeah, you can see how bad that is in here. And this, it did improve though. It was getting single digits, so the code was a good choice. There was a fundamental flaw where it was spawning Charlotte even when I was in this room. It would remove her and then put her back every time. Oh, cool. Well, that's nice. Not as bad as it was. Enough of that. I was playing around. And I got caught up doing other things that weren't the same thing, and I was redesigning this area. Yeah, thanks for the help. I mean, you know. Things to try, stuff to remind myself on even how to do. I think I'm going to set this to require... Hey, cool, Jimmy. I'm kind of question UE expert. I thought we just talked about how I've forgotten like almost everything, a lot of things, and I'm not really much of an expert at all. I just like playing with my dolls, and for some reason people keep watching me. I'm not sure who the weirdo is in that equation. It's definitely one of us, or maybe all of us. We just all be weirdos together. It'll be fine. Anyway, what's your question? Definitely me? That's fair. You're not wrong. I think we can all agree that, you know, probably not the most well-adjusted person in the world if you're playing on this all night. Just sit around and play with dolls while a bunch of people watch. I mean, YouTube, like, YouTube's doing great tonight. Like, geez. Look at all the weirdos watching me. What the hell? I would have something that... Didn't I learn how to make a material or something? I'd look it up or something, have an AI explain how to make the material to you. When it comes to materials, I know nothing. That's some weird voodoo stuff there, bucko. I know how to edit them. That's true. One of the things I'd like to learn more about. Every time I watch Jed play with materials, I'm just like, I don't even understand, man. Like, I don't know how the math works for all that. Like some crazy vector math, who knows what. And I'm just at a pure loss. And it's like, do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I am the dumb. That's my explanation for that one. Am the dumb. I'm not going to require the world. I want this almost to be a button. I don't really want this to require tarot cards. The only one wants to require tarot cards is this one, and I'm probably going to put them on a wall or on a table. I'm going to get rid of this set up here. Like materials in my whole season system? Is anything? I'm sure they are. Just like everything in Unreal Engine, it's probably not as hard as I think. It's just there's so much in Unreal Engine, and I have so many things I have to do that I kind of don't bother to learn anything unless I have to. Out of fear that it'll just make it take even longer to finish this project, and I don't want that, right? What am I looking at? All right. That's here. I confuse myself now because I put a bunch of things in the way. This needs to be here as a hint. Trouble is, this is kind of a wide table, so I don't know. Up. Cool, Jimmy wants to know what you know about materials, Ghost. I'm just saying. Guess what? All right, what? Am I right? Might be. Secret hallway, I guess. I don't know if I'll call this room. Secret hallway seems fine. Sure. I mean, years ago about tornadoes. I mean, I remember you wandering in. I don't know this thing about tornadoes you're talking about, but I do remember you wandering in. Does that count? Oh, that's right. Don't ever change it that way. Yeah, materials are like complicated and stuff. Apparently not that complicated. But I am the dumb. And that sums up everything. Whenever I, you know, someone comes something complicated, I just say I'm stupid. It saves time. I'll eventually learn more about materials, you know, in the next game. When I get to that game, I'll tell you about how I learned it in the game after that. You know, it'll be one of those things that just gets kicked down the road forever and I never actually learn them. Seems like a good system to me, though. Just never bother to learn it. Win. Pretty close. If I learn about something, I just push it out of my mind. Otherwise, I'll learn. Yeah, exactly. Basically, if I need to learn something, I learn it. But I don't really have curiosity. I have infinite curiosity if it's necessary to accomplish my goal. But the second I don't need it for something, I don't care. I'm not even remotely interested in it. I used to upset my girlfriend at the time so much because I just you're just like the least curious person. I'm like, yeah, I just don't care. I'm not even remotely interested unless I need it. Then I'm like, I'll move mountains to learn what I need, but I won't even roll out of bed to learn the stuff I don't care about. Enjoy a collection program like I do with a season system? That's true. I do use parameters in some of the stuff. Mostly the stuff that fades Poppet in and out. Another thing I learned about just long enough to set up everything and then basically haven't used since and have largely forgotten. Yeah. True. I guess this is just gonna be Secret Hallway. It's kind of a stupid name, but listen. It is what it is. Don't hate. Fine. There's no music down here. I suppose I had to put music down here. Here's a rig weight paint and animate your own. Look nice. There's a lot of cool animation stuff I should probably learn. I gotta do cutscenes and things like that. I'm sure I'm gonna need to learn a lot of that stuff. But I haven't. Don't hate procrastinate. Yeah, there you go. I like that. Hell yeah. Now, really, just the problem with Unreal Engine is it's so massive, just so overwhelmingly large that there's just not time to be good at everything. Not for one person. You gotta split it up amongst multiple people because that's what it's built to do. And I, outside of maybe multiple personality disorder, don't have multiple people, right? I'm working on that whole being like schizophrenic so I can have more skills than just what I currently have. It's not working out very well, okay? Like, hear me out. Maybe someday. But that is not today. Let's see if I can make this secret door any more obvious. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Oh god, I forgot to move these to the new room. I hate myself right now. No. No, why? Some of those are inside the door, too. Ugh. Why? It's these ones here. I know it is. Let's create a new folder. Yeah, this folder will be Secret Hallway? Secret Tunnel. I should have called it Secret Tunnel. God damn. A contender. Animating part is super easy. Going for it. You see sure like keyframe for animations. Alright, alright. Here, man. You're in the right safe for it? That's the first step, that's right. Let me tell you about my 12-step schizophrenia program. Step 1. Start by playing with dolls while people watch. Steps 2 through 11, don't know yet. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Step 12, profit. I'm getting there. My 12-step program is working on it. I'll be sure to write a book about it. How I got rich with the 12-step schizophrenia program. I guess it's chapter 3. Yeah, I don't know if that could be any more obvious. Welcome back, Lepus. Like, clearly they built all this afterwards and barricaded this off. Yeah. I'll probably take the portal room and make it something else different. I was going to originally use that as the location for stuff, but I don't know, the portal thing seems unnecessary. Okay, I don't even want to look at that. I want to see it in big screen. It bugs me to be in tiny mode. Also, this is in the ground. I don't know if you noticed that. I just did, so, you know, there's that. Okay. It was loading it for some reason. Now I can just do this, select all the descendants in this. Attempt to do that? Okay. Being weird. Fair enough. Probably turn the lights on. I've resolved to make do with the exact space in the building and not add more. In my perfect world, there would be more areas, but it's already going to take like 4 million years to fill up what I already have. I don't need more. There's like 100 rooms or something stupid. Probably more as I divide more things up and everything, but you know, that's a lot of content. It already takes forever to do things. Yeah. Okay, now, can it get any more obvious that there is in fact a secret door here? Like that something is off? I mean, there's a giant, huge thing around it. I put a table by it so you get an idea. Put a doorknob. Pretty much. Pretty much. Well, the way it works is I gotta rotate these around. These all appear as you get there, and then when you've done that, then the door will open. It should open. In theory. Oh. That is because I changed the name of this to Secret Hallway. And it's not looking for the puzzle there. You know, when I rotated that, I was expecting it to rotate. And yet, it did not. Because it's somehow selecting a thing inside of one of the level things instead of the, just the main thing. Yeah, and as you find the cards, they appear on here. So they're actually in the wrong order. Well, kinda. I guess it doesn't really matter. They can be one or the other. It doesn't make a difference. Yeah, and as you find them, you can see then certain ones should appear. In theory, yeah, those ones appear. Doesn't open. So hopefully that makes it blatantly obvious that there's a door there. So the hole is a little wrong size for that door, but that's fine. I like our little battery around there now, a little Tesla coil battery. We're just not gonna figure out where I'm gonna put this workshop key. Oh, I'm trying to fly through a door. That doesn't work. I'm tempted to take this and make this part of here, but then I have to put another hole in this wall. I don't know if I want to remake the entire wall. I actually considered taking some of the stuff from Chapter 3 and adding more space to it by bringing it down to there, but I think Chapter 2 just needs to be smaller. Chapter 3 needed to be about the size of Chapter 1. And Chapter 4 just needed to be probably the smallest chapter, but has the most bosses. Well, I guess it only currently has 3. I was going to do 4, but then I moved when one of the bosses happens, which didn't actually take a boss out of the game. It just moved when the boss happened. I guess this is now an area that's just an extra side area to go through, since I'm not going to use the portal thing. And that gives me a bonus room to play with in Chapter 3. Yeah. Now I can just have this side room over here and not have a portal room here. I could increase the size of the washroom. I kind of like the idea of an extra secret thing here. Because originally I was going to put the tarot cards in here because it's the fortune teller room, and I thought, oh, that kind of fits, blah, blah, blah. You put all the tarot cards here, and then I was like, well, why in the world would he have the entrance to his secret place in a fortune teller room? He's not a fortune teller. It's just one of the many dumb little attractions in the building. So, why? Plus, I already have the crystal ball collection here. Which is possible I just put the reward for the crystal ball thingies inside here instead. Yeah, the fortune room needs to be somewhere that's easily accessible. I guess it doesn't have to be there. Everything's kind of spoken for in this chapter, though. But load all the scrap. Like, why would you do this? I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. All the textures. I haven't really done any of these here, but well, I like the souvenir shopping early on. I could put a fortune teller in here, but that doesn't make any sense. This place is I'm never making a train set. I need to do that. And this area is almost pointless now. It was originally how you came down from the place, but now it's... No, it still is, right? No, it's not. Yeah, this whole section going up and down was kind of unnecessary now. You gotta have a bathroom for the normal people, so that makes sense that that's there. I don't know what to do with the portal room. That was not really anything that really concerned me that much. What concept of rooms? I tried to walk around on this stuff, and then I was playing with this, and then I got sidetracked, and I wanted to test what it was like to jump on this. Yeah. I don't have a good name for this one here, so I just gave it a quick name. Looks like you can kind of wander around and stuff out just fine. Maybe you can already fly, but I'm not sure how strong when I fly yet. I should probably work on the collision for these things too. I got this cool pack, but the thing, collision on these sucks. But it looks sweet. And I can't decide if I want to make them damage things or not. Like if they just want to hurt you to touch them. But if I know that you walk around this crap on the ground, then that would not be the case. So... But if I do that, then enemies have to fly in this area, because unless there's some sort of paved area for them to be at... Huh. Maybe I don't make you walk on this stuff, and instead just have you walk on some kind of pathway or something. And I just put this as, like, damage areas nearby or something. But then, I guess, why do I care that you can walk around on it if that's the case? Also, this stuff wouldn't be visible through the red crap anyway, would it? And I'm concepting out areas. We're not going to worry about them being, you know, playable yet. Yeah, you'll never see that through there. It'd be pointless. Kind of the thing with this, that you put it around there, and then like the outsides don't even matter because you just see this, and then it just kind of blocks most stuff. You can't really see crap. Just haven't used this one before. I have to prep the static mesh. I'm really tempted to turn this into all kinds of damage zones you have to fly through. That's the thing I need to figure out right now. Like, well, figure out before I really game ready this area is, you know, how powerful is flying really? I kind of think that I need to restrict it because it's too powerful to just in a vacuum. Because you just basically, it turns everything into like a flying game and it ignores all platforming no longer matters. You just get to fly around the whole time, and that kind of sucks. For sure. Like, we'll just concept something out here. Be bigger. I guess I want pathways going around things. Like, I guess I could create like barriers that are hard to get around and create it in a more walkway style thing. I mean, I could grab my favorite, oh gosh, I think I called them like a road thingy ages ago. But they're actually like a fence that I've been stretching and using as a road. And it's probably better than having this weird crap everywhere to walk around on, to be honest. Plus I can bend it so that it ramps up and looks like more like a regular ass road to go on. True. Not wrong. Do whatever you're doing there, buddy. That's a terrible point. Okay. I guess it was still at the right level. Did not matter. Looks beautiful. 10 out of 10. Don't know what it's doing there. Don't care. I care, but sometimes this spline thingy just bends really weird. Like, I don't know why it was bending sideways there, and now it's suddenly fine. That's probably better. The inconsistency of the other thing is going to be so hard to walk around. I can't imagine anybody would want to. That is kind of cool with the stuff underneath there. I mean, the visual setup's looking decent enough. You'd already had the world at this point, so I don't have to worry about lights anymore. We're past the need for lights at this point. I kind of like that. Now I kind of want to flood everywhere. I almost want this to be just like, you know, not actually have a floor in this area, like things are just broken away or something like that, and it's just, you know, full of this strange black goo. Like the floor just suddenly ends at this point. Obviously it doesn't, because, you know, I just made one giant floor thing to kind of work off that. I saw this one pack this guy had with all these crazy eyeball things everywhere, like a moving eyeball creature. I was tempted, but then I realized that that's not really a toy. And I don't really want to have living things. I just want, you know, ghosts and toys to represent everything in this game. Because at one point as a joke, I thought about having, like, you know, a giant sewer rat and having his name be Stuart Not So Little. It's an optional fight. And, you know, it's still possible I would do something like that. It's just kind of a dumb little funny thing to add in an Easter egg. But it's kind of weird since nothing else would be, you know, living. Right. However I design this area, I'm going to have to really account for flying. So I'm kind of concepting out now to have an idea of what I'm going to need. To decide, you know, make it where it's, you know, actually feasible to get around it. In a way, it's kind of like a weird, messed up park. Like a little, like, you know, a mirror to the, some of the scenes I made earlier where everything was like a nice wonderland, and this is like a very corrupted type of idea there, right? Because you have all the trees and the bushes, they just are weird, whatever the hell that's supposed to be. It looks pretty much like what happens if you leave me alone with your garden for any real length of time. Bunch of dead things that look like they're gonna kill, you know, who want to exact vengeance upon us all, right? You know, they're gonna kill people. Yeah. I remember once I had a girlfriend who wanted me to watch her, you know, garden for a week, and I was like, I don't know if we're gonna stay together after this. She's like, why? I was like, you won't like me after what you did this, after what you letting me watch this. Like, it's not gonna go your way. She gave me very specific instructions. I don't think I killed all the plants anyway. I am in fact not with her anymore. They might be related. Maybe. But I have no confirmation. I like the idea of this. I guess I don't have to worry about complicated platforming if I change how things play out once you have flying. So I don't know, if I limit the how long you can fly, I could make flying a terraform only ability. The all-purpose fix to so many of my problems, terraform. I really like this crap underneath here. Can't start the room because this won't appear and I'll fall and die if it loads in the wrong order. I guess to be fair, this is not loaded in there. Now I want these areas to be way bigger. Because I basically just have to assume you're going to fly around 90% of it. But the paths aren't for Poppet. The paths are the assumption that someone has to walk through here, a regular human, and thus would need the ability to walk on something. Obviously, Poppet doesn't have to worry that much about that by this point, because she has Chariot and Judgment to give her the bonus flying thing. I might make it so that some of the other cards just alter certain powers she has a few more. Because Judgment worked out pretty good now, where it just gives you the flying thing, and it was much easier to set up, and I don't have to have any special outfit for it. It's just a little extra thing on her back that looks like a little, you know, Tesla coil that lets her fly. But if I restricted it to Tarot form, I love how that red fog looks. Because it just makes it look like there's no wall. I mean, you can still see the wall, but it looks like there's no wall. And that's sweet. It'd be cool if I could make this destroyable. And I probably could set up something like that, but I don't know about that. That'll be a bridge I burn when I get to this point in earnest and not just in concept. Hey, look at that. I mean, it just looks like it goes on into the mist. That's such a good setup. Like right over there by that tree, like, it looks like that could just go on indefinitely. Such a good system. Love it. This is actually the wrong direction. It should be flipped upside down. I feel like there's a hair in my mouth. Very annoying. I don't really know where this is trying to go to, but I might have some sort of secret thing over in the corner. I don't know. The actual requirements, what I need here, I don't really have a good concept on yet. But I need to visualize something so I have an idea of what I'm thinking about for later. I'm really good if I iterate things. Like, if I just try to make something out of nothing, it doesn't work as well. But if I keep iterating it, making it better and better, it always comes out so much. A better end product, definitely. It just... such a huge difference. To make this the most awkward bridge thing ever, I guess? No, maybe not. I'll merge it all later. I don't care about that. Chats, am I? Hey, YouTube sent me 1,000,000 sleepers tonight, apparently. Nice. Maybe I'll keep streaming at the same time. I just need to make a bunch of tutorials on YouTube. Like simple tutorials. Never make anything complicated tutorial-wise, because, you know, the average person's not going to really care about the complicated tutorials. And then, once I get it just 1,000 subs, man, I could just farm sleepers. It's so good. Maybe someday I'll bust my record of what was like 300 sleepers watching or something. No, that was 200. Yeah, because I had 300 subs. Yeah, something coming out of this stuff. I assume stuff's gonna have to fly in here anyway to fight Poppet, and I'm not looking forward to that AI. A flying AI sounds... I have a pseudo one right now. It's not very good, but it's gonna need to be top-notch by this point. Or I need to... Well, if I restrict Poppet's flying, it might not need to be as good. I need to make a decision on how deep this is. Because right now it's just one giant solid floor over here. Well, it's only solid over to there because I wanted a different look to it. I could just do the whole section. I was thinking only doing part of it though, but what if I did away with this floor entirely? And the whole area was some corrupted crap. Or maybe I can go over to like here or something. Well, let's figure it out. What's the worst that happens? I don't like what I'm doing? Fine. I regret that I have to remake this, but I didn't have these assets when I first made this, so it's fine. I wonder where that one room with all the fog is. I want the height of this. Oh, we've almost hit 0. Is this like a thin thing or something? Look at it. No, that's about the right height. Oh. No, you. I mean, to be 100% fair, I actually don't need to size this correctly one bit. I only need to make certain that it's off to this side a bit. You can't see out there anyway, because it's literally just got these walls here the whole way, so you can't even see what's out there. So I don't even know why I'm worrying about the size being ridiculous anyway. Except for in this direction. I need to go out in this direction, but I don't really want to build farther out. I just would build straight down if I was going to build any more. But the game is so big as is. I don't see a reason to add more unless absolutely required. That's been my assessment so far. There's just, if there's not a reason, don't do it. The basement could also have been more flooded, and then or it could have been much larger but been flooded. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Primer Jeff. Sorry, I forgot to put the alerts on when I reinstalled everything on the computer, so. That's a tomorrow plan. Yes. I thought I remembered everything. I, of course, didn't, but I thought I did. It's the thought that counts, right? That's what they tell me. Could be a vicious lie brought on by the man to keep us all down, though. Okay, so now this can be nice and deep if I want it to be. And not just have a floor. Of course, I'll have to tell it to load that in later, but... Yeah, now you can't see any floor. It's much better. Yeah, that stuff looks great. Black goop. Oh my gosh. Stop that. I really do want this stuff to actually hurt you or something when you hit it or something, maybe. Just so flying has some sort of things to evade, maybe. Because otherwise, I don't know, flying's just going to be such a pain to make good gameplay for. I mean, I'll be able to put things in every little hidden place in the world, so you have to go back and look for things. That'll be cool, but... there won't be a lot of real opportunity for platforming unless I put some sort of limiter on it. I think it actually does have a cost, but the cost doesn't outweigh the world's regen. So you could basically just fly for free. And the other problem was is I made the world free one. Actually, I made yeah, terraform free when you're in the when you have the world. Terraform is free. Also, I need to work on the rear on this thing because the collision's really weird. So that wouldn't even be a cost in this. I guess terraform doesn't have to be free. I mean, the main purpose of the world was to make you immune to the curse from darkness alone, not from the actual source of the curse, you understand, just from the darkness. We. She spends forever dying, so I guess I need to have something below it so she doesn't fall forever. I'm sure she's dead, but the problem is though she's dead, it doesn't, it won't count her as dead until she stops. There's gonna need to be something below this. Forgot about that. Because it wants to put down a blood decal or something when she hits the ground. It can't. And then it's the sad. We can fix that. Actually, we can fix that way easier. Why not just make this floor bigger? Thicker, I should say. Did I really just get the perfect placement? Is that a thing that happened? Huh. I don't think I quite did. I am pretty close. Maybe not. Yeah, these are all hovering, so I guess I had higher up by a little bit. I got +1 sub on YouTube today. Nice. I was thinking of all the sleepers on there watching, and there you go. You can see the back up a little bit here. You can see the how far down it is. Might make it more than that, but I just want it where you actually fall into the goo. That's what I want. Let's wait and see if she respawns. I think she did. This doesn't do a splash on it. It should. I don't know why it doesn't do a play splash. Oh god, that'd be so far back. Imagine landing in the, well, the original first room in the game. I think I'm gonna swap it a bit. But from all the way near the end of the game, not that many rooms off the end of the game. Wow. The perspective end of the game. There's, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 rooms in the final thingy. With the basement having a few extra rooms too, obviously, you know. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe this counts as a separate room here. Yeah, 10. So that's like 24 rooms on the bottom floor. That's actually pretty good. That's actually a lot. More than I expected, to be honest. There's stuff in a lot of these rooms. I have conceptual things out all over the place. Again, most of this is going to be, you know, not... It's not going to look like this later. For sure. This is just concepting out an area that just needs to look messed up. waiting. We're waiting. I did tell it to load a lot. That was my mistake. Wait, I didn't select 97 assets, did I? Oh god, I just selected everything. That's stupid. I want to take it forever. Load everything. I want to load just the chapter 4 stuff. Yeah, I know what I was doing. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Real quick. Alright. Load everything. Now unload all that because I was dumb. You wouldn't want to do that. Well, it's preparing textures. That's the other thing that's causing a lot of problems. I haven't cooked all this stuff because I have to reinstall all that crap. That usually improves performance quite a bit too in the engine. Everything just pre-cooked. Unlike with food, no, actually, unlike with yeah, with food, pre-cooked is good in projects. Yes, yes. Your thingy's not a thingy anymore. Got some textures. Before there's a new scam on Discord where people message me saying how they like my profile pic and something about the style being, you know, thick or whatever, and then they then tell me about how they're an artist too. I just got in the message like, and it's the same thing. This is like I'm an artist too, blah blah blah. Let me show you my work. Like, well, if you like what I already made, why do you think I would hire you to do work? Did I not already prove I can make something? Important questions. I swear the number of people want to sell me AI art. It's crazy. I can ask an AI to do the artwork too. I don't need your help. Sorry. Making all sorts of craziness. I don't know about this room, but I liked how these things were all broken and everything. I thought that was sweet. And these trees are just awesome. I didn't realize how much I like those things. Now I just need to use them everywhere. How far are we going to make this weird corruption go? Now I just kind of want to put this everywhere. But then nothing really... I don't know. Again, this area is such concepty phases, I don't know. More about a vibe than anything else right now. We vibing. This is too nice. As I point that out, that's too nice. It doesn't gotta be nice though. What's this look like? Meh. Maybe I just go with the same rusted thing, because it's supposed to be all dilapidated and weird, and I don't have a lot of dilapidated stuff. That might work better. It just looks like forever. I love it. The forever strat. Yeah, maybe I see these pathways there. We just don't have a floor. Other than maybe like, you know, in later rooms, then maybe there's floors here like that. I see that. Maybe I can use this here. New black metal. What I'm doing? Good question. Oh, that's right. These are little channels. I forgot about them. From a sewer thing. I retooled the sewer thing so that they could be metal instead. Remember that. What am I doing that for? I don't think I'm gonna do little channels anywhere. I think I like having the little pathways more than I like the others. We've come full circle. I also kind of like that throwback or callbacks to various things you've seen along the way. Right, because if you've every time you've fought a boss, the area's been wrapped around by this particular stuff. Kind of has that Silent Hill feel where it's, you know, just a wrecked, dilapidated version of something. You know, when like all the world goes to Helen, whatever happens in that makes everything start to rust and everything like that. And this just seems like the kind of stuff you'd find. This particular, I guess I call it a road spline, but it's not supposed to be a road. I use it like a road. And everything. It's a fence sometimes. The thing to note is originally the game was going to be entirely dilapidated. It wasn't until much later that I had a working thing on top of a dilapidated... Well, I had a working area. Because I couldn't make the dilapidated thing work. Despite wanting to. And to be fair, I like the way it went. But... Where's Move? There you are. Hey, Actodoc. It's me doing okay. My motherboard broke when I tried to install a supposedly better graphics card, and had to wait for a new one. The next one didn't work very well, seemed pretty defective, and I got yet another motherboard and redid Windows and tried to do 9 million little hacks to get this graphics card to work better. And yeah, here we are. Graphics card performs badly. Might be I need a better processor. Might be I just backpedal to the other graphics card and ditch this one. Got human interactions, it's fair. Talking to... Really? Really? You're gonna do me like that, bro? Yeah. First off, I have this upside down again. Gotta stop that. Talking to people's overrated, though. Who talks to people? You don't have to be good at human interactions when you can be a streamer, right? Get yourself a VTuber model, make certain it's hot, have it jiggle at people. You can be the worst, you know, most inept, socially awkward person possible, and it doesn't matter. Damn, why don't I get a VTuber model? Mistakes were made. Why you'd want to stare at me versus something jiggling up and down all the time, I don't even know, but sure, why not? Eh. I'm a terrible judge of male attractiveness, I'll say it. I really am. Like, there's certain guys that women have told me are attractive, so I just assume that's what a male attractiveness looks like, but when it comes to judging it, tall guys don't look attractive to me at all. It doesn't matter. Even the attractive ones don't look attractive to me. Like, okay, cool. I guess. That's right, the game looks good. That's what matters. Well, I put jiggly bits in the game. You see where this is important? You put jiggly bits in the game, and then people like it. Because I put way too many female characters. Now I'm paying the price for having to find female voice actors. Too many female characters is crazy talk? That's probably fair. I like him when I design their looks and watching them run around. I don't like having to write personalities for them. That's it. I don't. I really don't. But originally this was themed very with an Alice in Wonderland feel to it. Even though it wasn't actually Alice in Wonderland, but and it was based more on Jack the Ripper, but you know, whatever. Close enough. I don't know why I did that. Just do this. The problem with the AI voice actors is they don't really do any kind of creepy stuff very well, right? Like I need to do like a bunch of AI. I'd love Charlotte to have AI voices, but she's like a creepy ghost girl. Like, there's just not a lot of, you know, even the ones with the voice inflections don't do that great of a job, unfortunately. But by the time this is finished, AI might actually be able to do it. Yeah, the AI voiceovers are pretty bad. You hear them all across YouTube, and I can't even listen to them. They just sounds terrible. Careful your walk right there, I guess. Like, was I left the part off, huh? I didn't put any goop down here. That's a mistake. Any goop. Goop. Yeah. I think if they, maybe they'll get better at some point. My big problem a lot of times with the AI at this point now, as far as the voices goes, is there's nothing to differentiate your project from every other thing you've seen on YouTube where it was just some AI voices. They'll just sound like everything else. Like when I encounter yet another faceless AI channel, I'm like, cool, great. And I just move on because they're just like all the other ones. There's nothing for me to latch onto as them being a unique product. I've actually grown to not like faceless channels. Yeah. At this point, I just assume the faceless stuff is just AI and I move on. I don't know what I'm going to put up here. I just put a stupid little altar because why not? I'm not even sure if I'm going to keep this as it is. But to be fair, that sums up all these rooms here. It's just conceptuals. They're not gamified at all. I guess they have a kill thingy below it, but unless flying is limited. Part of me just wants to make flying triple jump instead of actual flying. But as far as content's been going, I've been really just gravitating towards either live content or just watching shows. Like, I've really toned back my YouTube watching as they've added more AI stuff because I just don't enjoy any of it. It's just this canned trash content I don't want. Like, they're designed for these, you know, things that all fit whatever particular algorithm thing. It's like, okay, well, this algorithm here looks for people who look for, like, hikers who died in something like that. Okay, so now all these people make these faceless things there with some little thing about, you know, like these people thought they were safe out there, but then they didn't make it. You know, it's just like all these titles talking about, you know, things like you watch one video and then suddenly YouTube is just loaded with them. And they're just all the same faceless AI crap. And it's like, and I don't want to scroll through all that trash to find something good, so I just end up clicking off the site. That's fair. I really like the look of this setup here. I think it fits exactly what I was aiming for as far as the mind. I still don't know how to gamify it. I gotta know what abilities she has by this point to really gamify. And I have an idea what I want her to have, but a lot could change before then, for sure. I don't know. I've definitely found I've been watching a lot less YouTube. Sure. As the AI has taken over, I just found the content enticing, so I've just stopped. I'm trying to find new assets on my Twitch channel. Trying to find something I like. I think I'm gonna need to learn how to. I mean, that's what I do, make my own stuff. Right? Why not? That's right, I have all the weird little the fans I can add in now that spin. Oh yeah, PvP style? I design though? Oh, huh. I mean, you could pay someone. What is this truck? My collection of maybes. Yeah, kind of thing. Like, I'd hate to use AI on stuff, but man, some things are so expensive that they're just completely outside of my price range without some sort of outside investment. That's how I'm looking at a lot of the voice acting. Oh, I touched that. A lot of the voice acting it's so costly that until I get to the final version, I'm not even going to bother with. I'm probably going to use AI until I get to the final version, because I'm not going to pay for voice acting that I'm going to throw away for sure. I remember I talked to some guy about making, you know, models, and, you know, they were saying that it was like $500 a freaking model, and I was like, I don't have that kind of money. I need to have like 50 some odd enemies in this game, and then, you know, plus like 12 bosses or something, and like, I don't know, like 8+ NPCs. Like, you know, like, what are we talking here? I don't have this kind of money. I just don't. I'm basically like everyone watching here. How many thousands of dollars could you just suddenly cough up? Tell me that. That pretty much sums up the situation I'm in. I can't really get that many. I forget these pathways aren't really very easy for Pup to walk on. She can easily tap the thing and die. These guys doing this, like generate some images, making design. Enjoying the idea of using AI generated film. It's fair. Making it Pinterest or anything. Sorry. Yeah. Well, at this point, it's just going to be like AI generated everywhere, and it has the inverse effect of meaning you never hire anyone again to do art for you. Because AI is not a skill. Any moron can go to an AI and have it design an image for them. And now I can't hire anybody because I just assume they're just using AI, and I would rather just use the AI myself if that's the case. And now I won't hire an artist because of it. Which sucks, because I would like it, you know, to not be a thing. But again, I'm not paying someone to use AI. I would rather just use it myself if that was going to be the case, so... kind of where we're at. It's really funny that it just created a world where now artists are impossible to hire because it's just going to be trash. I don't like that. I can't know that they aren't just ripping me off. Yeah. And the worst part is they message me these things and they're like, "Where it looks so cool," and it looks just like every other AI generated art I've ever seen. I'm like, that's so... I don't care. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, buddy? Maybe I'll just throw some crap up here or something like it got destroyed. Yeah, it's just, that's what we're doing. It's just now I can't hire anybody. And that AI art style is so prevalent that it's not cool. It just looks bland. Kind of intending someone to be able to walk through here, but it looks like it'd be pretty challenging with how things are set up. I made the mistake of watching some Final Fantasy VI thing, and now like every other thing is like some AI generated art for that, and like AI generated movies and things. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, YouTube, please stop. Like, I don't want to look at any of this. Just stop sending it my way. Like, but you clicked on some. No, I already watched something about. I don't need more. I'm good. please stop. It's like, you clicked on that. Yeah. Or even worse, you're you accidentally leave your mouse hovering over something because you're watching a video and it's just off to the side, and it counts you as having watched that awful whatever it was, and then you're just like, I didn't even watch that. Oh god, my mouse moused over it. Now my algorithm's polluted with whatever the hell that was. Basically what I'm saying is the enshittification of the internet is continuing nicely, for sure. I don't think I need this one here. I think I could leave one out. There's enough of them around to get the job done. We understand. I guess I already have one going this way. Actually, I don't think I want to connect these. I think I want to leave it as it is. Yeah, it's going to be hard to hire anybody. Partially just the price alone is so high that like I say, unless I can get to the point where I get some sort of investment, which means I probably need to have a good vertical slice and stop, you know, working on things like this that are not even relevant yet. But a part of the thing is me trying to figure out what I'm going to need later too and planning around it. So I'll come up with concept areas that honestly look kind of sick, to be fair. Like, I like these concept areas quite a bit. I'll do that. If I just put that goop everywhere down here, just make the floor that. Maybe not everywhere. I want it to look more like a spreading corruption type of setup. So if I do this as spreading corruption, that means all the way up to the final room I have to literally, well, assuming it's the final room. Again, everything could easily change. But all the way up to there, I'd want to do the same. Yeah, I just put the smoke everywhere. And fog. It looks too cool. It's the same fog thing over and over and over. I mean, yes, I could put that stuff everywhere and just have no floor. There's no ground in here. This tentacle stuff was such a great find. Everyone should always collect the free for the month stuff. Hear me out on this one. Free for the month stuff, real good. Yeah. I guess I just remove the entire floor on this area and then I don't have to make a bunch of stupid little blocks. Is that what I'm doing? No, I'm just gonna do the hallway here. Not every room needs this, I think. I guess this is actually slightly higher than I want it to be, huh? Is it though? I guess to be fair, I always try to get it to me with these boxes and barrels and stuff. Which it does. Need to work? Fair. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be streaming that many more hours. Go on the side. Nice. Appreciate it. I'd probably go to the hour or something. At some point it's 6:52 a.m. I have a guy who is going to meet up for business at 2:10 today. So I need to be ready for that. I got a couple hours sleep earlier, so as long as I get, we're like another 4 or 5 before that, I should be fine. So I can just get up, you know, around like 1:30 or something. which means if I go to sleep at 8, that gives me like 5.5 hours. I'll be fine. Am I crazy? I just can't sleep. So I'm up all night. I usually I sleep in 2 different like sleep periods now because I just can't sleep more than 6 hours at a shot at all, and even then that's hard. But I found that I can easily sleep like 2 to 4 hours in a shot. So if I just do that twice in a day, I get way more sleep. I'm way less tired and I'm just happier. But outside of getting completely drunk, there's basically no way I can sleep 8 hours. My body doesn't seem to like alcohol very much, so I'm not sure I want to do that at all in the amount of drinking. So that's what I'm seeing. I kind of like this whole system here, like this being gooped. I don't want to goop one room. I'll keep this room ungooped. Everywhere else gets gooped. Gotta give you some reason to fly, right? Hmm. I ain't really tempted to just flood the whole area. Like the whole final area. Because anywhere I want to put some sort of weird furniture or whatever, I can just as easily put like the weird little like splines below it to make it look like there's some sort of solid thing to put it on. I can also just put it on top of all these weird little, you know, vine looking things too. They're just everywhere. Yeah, I think the only area I won't flood will be this little sanctuary place. Looks like these need to be a little less far apart too. I might make a jagged look to it too. For now, there'll be walkways. But only for now. I thought about having these statues turn and watch and act like some sort of a threat thing or something like that. Might not be that statue I use for later, but kind of like the never-ending story where you need to have some way to protect yourself. To bypass it or they just kill you. Yep, hard at it. I like how these are coming out as concept areas. They're not gonna look like this in the end necessarily. None of my concept areas ever look like they supposedly are gonna look, but yeah, I'm just saying, it's just coming along. I keep putting these upside down though, I'm dumb. This way, not that way. Your camels, if that isn't done, ever working? Dodge copies. Yeah, it's so easy to just rework stuff. I mean, everything I've been doing is reworks to try to make things simple so I can do less work. It's like, well, this particular work is terrible setup. What if I just did this instead? It's like, that's way better. That's the only reworks I do now. Wow, this was dumb. Let me fix that. Excellent. Oh, Nintendo. You just have X on both sides. Nice, nice. How's it going? It's almost 7 a.m. for me, so you know. I've been here for a while. The sleepiness is slowly catching up to me for sure. I'm doing pretty good. I'm making concept areas that will probably not end up looking like this at the end, but that's okay. I'm gonna stretch this all the way to here. Give it a stretchy, stretchy. But the concept areas are looking cool, so I don't hate it. Oh yeah. Well, what I do is I usually stretch it where I want to go, and then I often start bending it to be all weird later on. I just want it to go where it needs to go, but then I can make it, you know, all weird looking and a bit more off-putting, which is kind of what I want in this game. And I could have coded it to have these at exactly the right length. But I find when I go to bend it, that doesn't always work out the best. I'll be nice and I'll lead him up to the Forgotten Sanctuary. The last stop. The final sanctuary. The last painting. What just went on there? Any questions? Trying to click this, not that. No. This one? You're just like stretched way out, aren't you, buddy? Right there. Alt and drag. That's fair. Yeah. It's just, I like to position things in locations and then just add detailing. And that's really what it is just detail it. And just start bending things. Because I like to put, like, move them all around, everything like that, and put other stuff. I'm making games for. Well, I started in 2019, but I've taken like almost 3 years off from health problems, so 2019 and really only about 4 years, 5 years, somewhere in there. But let's be real here. I haven't made anything good yet, so you know. Working on my cool concept areas here. Nice. What'd you make? What you doing? What do you use? Inquiring minds want to know all kinds of things. I'm gonna use the same music for all this whole area, I think. None of that. We flying. Ah. Woohoo. I like swinging the hammer now. Multiplayer FPS roguelike called Air Force. Nice, nice. Does it have a Steam page? Do you have a trailer? I'll show it on stream if you want. I'm so happy with this setup here. I didn't realize how much I'm gonna like this. I'm assuming I have to fly in here, so I'm gonna have to have a bunch of things like, oh, this doesn't actually load at the right height, does it? Oh, the animation must be too. Oh, I touched the ground. God damn it. I touched the ground. I liked it until I touched the ground like an idiot. Alright, Hollow Damnation, why are you so, oh, I forgot to, hey, let me fix that. The third game to see him, it's really cool. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've got like hours of content. Everything's in data layers, so most of the world isn't actually viewable, like viewable at the moment, but I have, all these rooms are just full of stuff, and I have like 4 hours of content right now. Like, it takes me 4 hours to do everything. I guess I'd give you a tour. First, I'll show off your game if you want. Oh, okay, I gotta look it up manually because I don't have Steam installed yet. I just had to reinstall everything because I had to replace motherboard and fix a bunch of problems with the computer. So, cool. Okay, I can't just cheat and run search like that, huh? Okay. Where? Ah. Ah. Pew 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 pew.
In a
Pew pew.
world where Square isn't just cool, it's everything.
I like the I square thingy with wings.
One team of highly questionable heroes faces an interdimensional onslaught of genre-defining,
Yeah, that thing. I like the eyeball.
nightmares against impossible odds
I want a floaty eyeball monster now.
and things that absolutely should not exist.
I think a bit of his blood spilled into my mouth.
That ain't everything, sweetheart.
Blow them out of this plane of existence.
Brought to you by two dudes with absolutely nothing better to do. This fall, be Square.
Got a good tagline for sure. That's cool. I like the base map. Yeah, I don't know why I'm going on the trouble with these things when I could just do squares over there. And I kind of want it to be a Minecraft game because everything else is square. But then you have ramps and things that aren't square. Like, these are all like not square, and then these are square. Maybe the Minecraft is invading the world. Oh, I need an eyeball monster now. This is what you've done. Now I have to have that. Very unfortunate for me now. That's right. Square portals. That's right. Circular portals. Nah, fam. Square portals. Just blind. There's like whatever. Seems cool. Well, I'll have to remember to wishlist it later because like I said, I haven't installed Steam yet. Or eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I can give you a bit of a tour if you want. I'll go to the magician room, give the quick tour. I may have a trailer I've seen too. Way, way ancient by comparison with him. Alright. The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. And she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night and try to kill each other because of a curse. Basically, it just drives them all insane. Let me put a nav mesh down so enemies spawn. 1 second. Ain't nothing gonna spawn if it doesn't find that. I'll continue with the spiel. Just blueprints. Everything blueprints. Alright. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically what powers all the toys. And this is just for dodging. You can do like that. And when your sanity starts to run low, this is the insanity effect, so that you know things aren't going your way. They don't really physically block you, they're just there for you to see. If your sanity hits 0, the curse takes you over and, you know, you lose, so don't let that happen. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power. You gotta go between the two in order to, you know, have abilities and not die. Yeah, I didn't pick up Unreal Engine to use code. Weird. Chooses tarot cards for abilities. All of the major arcana are present. The first one and the trusty one that I was swinging on earlier is the Fool, the giant squeaky toy. It bashes things. Very friendly. Everyone likes it. You know, something like the Magician, which basically lets you pick up small objects and throw them. Actually, it drops if you're in a normal form. There's a Terraform you can activate, which gives you superpowers, the droids. In this case, lets you throw them for damage. And the Fool also gets bigger. Giant size Fool. Does more damage. But that's not important. Magician also manipulates stuff in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, door handles, light switches, things. So that Poppet can maneuver around in a world that's too big for sure. Man, new graphics card is so laggy. Oh, thanks. This is like one of the earlier rooms in the game. It's either going to be the 3rd or 4th room. Depends on if I decide to add the room I'm thinking beforehand, then it'd be the 4th. Well, I guess 5th if you count this as a room that's been divided. It kind of is, actually. That's true. These grates are breakable. Curse is only on the building, so you can't leave the building, but as long as you're attached to the building, you're fine. You shouldn't be spawning out here. You're not supposed to be spawnable out here. You suck. Yeah, but you can look at the city if you want. If you jump off, there's no curse anywhere out there, so you'll just fall like what's, you know. You can jump off if you want. I won't stop you from committing suicide. Fine. Weird, but fine. No, don't fall off. Oh, yeah. I totally did that. And I just blended the top with something, so I was good to go. Like a champion. Like a goddamn champion. Oh, I switched out which ones are available. Oof. I'll just have to showcase other ones there. Actually, I'll just use them all. I'll just suit up. So you can see some of the other weird abilities here. Switch the hangman, then change it. Yeah, it does. The hangman's a bubble wand. Best hat. And the bubbles can capture enemies. Oh. One of the tarot cards in the tower causes everything to explode. There's an extra explosion effect on everything now. I forgot about that. Causes things to do more damage. It also breaks stuff that wasn't unbreakable before. Can I reach this from here? Possible? No, too far. I was gonna see if I could cheese my own game. I always try to break my own game if I can, any way I can. Oh, something is staying on the enemy list that shouldn't be. Okay. Good to know. Oh. I guess I enabled fly. I did enable everything, so we'll try to play without it. Oh, two of those have spawned. That's weird. Lots of little glitches in rooms. I'm solo dev. The life hating is real, for sure. Oh yeah, I walked by that. Sure. This is a fun one. It's second to load the first time in here. Strength impales enemies. And then you can hit other enemies with them. You do more damage. Not everything is quite game ready yet, but you know. Ah. See, everything explodes is so funny. I need to have violent explosions for everything. Supposed to play an explosion and do damage to everything around, but not game ready. Apparently, 12 of the tarot cards. Actually, 11 tarot cards have like a unique outfit for them. The other ones mostly just do passives that improve these ones at this point. I wasn't gonna do like unique ones for all of them, but it just turned into so many abilities. There wasn't enough time to use them all. Yeah, kinda. There's just no time. It does. Actually, show off the trailer. Well, old trailer. chats since I'm streaming to all 3 places. Yeah, show up the trailer. This stuff is so old. Oh my god. Almost sad, but it's okay. Gets the job done. Awesome, thanks. Yeah. Well, I mean, there'll probably be maybe playtests before that, and then eventually we'll get to the demo stuff. But I don't know. I ended up having to take like a 6-month break not long ago for all these due to health issues, and just kind of behind now. I was expecting to have the demo out by fall, like more October, and now I don't even have a playtest yet. I mean, most of the marketing strategy so far has been make friends with lots of content creators who all want to play the game. My marketing strategy. That's fair. It's hard. I mean, I already have to make the game anyway, and I, talk to a lot of streamers, and I don't know a lot of like big streamers or anything like that. I mean, I know some big YouTubers, but I got a guy lurking around my Discord who had around 700,000 people sub to on YouTube, so not nobody. But the other plan is to take. I need to find everyone who does Metroidvania content, and I'm just going to make a list of all of them, and I'm going to send them all that, and rely on the fact that I have a 3D Metroidvania, which is a completely unusual thing. Metroidvania is almost always 2D, and see if that's enough to entice them when I show them what I have. And maybe it will be, because it's just rare. Oh, nice. I hope it's huge. But I'm working on the quality, as much as possible. I think that because I have a regular job, I don't need this to make money anytime soon. I can easily go out of my way to just make it quality. Just keep working on it until it's good. There's just no reason to rush it. Basically, I have a long runway. As long as my health doesn't suck. Yeah, pretty much. But that strategy, having a bunch of kick streamers doing it, is not the bad one there. I had a previous game I was making. It was originally an RPG maker that I was letting people play all the updates, but it never really gained any interest, so I kind of crashed that project. Not a bad plan, not a bad plan. I was thinking of launching my game in an October thing too, though it'll probably be not this year, but next year at this rate. Because it looks like a Halloween game. I'm just saying, the game looks like a Halloween game, and why wouldn't I release it around Halloween? I mean, like, what are we talking here? 100% it'll get the most sales during that time. It'll probably do it well other times. But it'll do a lot better than. Is GTA 6 really coming out? Or are they just lying to me? To all of us. What are we talking here? I guess I can show you some other rooms too. All sorts of crazy rooms wandering around. This place is pretty big. There's so much going on. Yeah. Kind of the thing. People just, you know, assume that games are going to come out when they say. Terrible assumption in the world of AAA. This room's actually pretty rock solid by this point. So the encounters can be a little... They're just... I had to change the things you have equipped too. Huh. Lagga. Whenever you first install Unreal Engine, you don't cook your game. Yeah, I don't play AAA games. Like, I don't even know which ones are coming out. I'm not playing GTA 6. I didn't like any of the other GTA games. I don't know why I'd start with that. Seems kind of not my thing. This is the Empress. It can grow and shrink plants, is its big thing it does. In terraform, it grows plants. Can't go that one. You can also plant little mushrooms that heal you. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I've been going a lot out of my way to improve the game feel lately because I had a million abilities and just shifting between them was just so much. So many things. The farther you get in the game, so now a lot of stuff is much more about game feel and a lot less about, well, just having a million options. Game might be super hard though, I'm not sure. Nobody else has ever played it but me, but I don't want to hand it to anyone until it's at a level that I want tested, for sure. Hey John, one. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, this thing fires bubbles, but if you're in terraform, grab stuff. Not a heavy damaging weapon, good for crowd control though. Oh, it's behind the waterfall, you suck. A water kills Poppet, by the way, so don't jump in the water. You do get immunity to it later. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not the easiest game, but the biggest challenge is actually that you just don't have a lot of time, because watch the sanity. If that ever hits 0, you just die. So you'll see me constantly racing along there. You don't get to stop. I put lots of lights places so you're not like SOL, but and there's an indicator in the upper left that tells you if you're in the light or the dark. But yeah, you have to watch that. You don't get a lot of time to stop. And in boss fights, it's the same problem. Like, you still have to deal with that mechanic in the boss fight. Like, there aren't lights everywhere. You don't want lights everywhere because You notice in the light here, I don't get any of the curse power back, so all my abilities don't work. If I'm, you know, well, actually, they start to run out. 5.7.4. I regret every upgrade I've ever done. Oh. Took it in the face. In the face. No. Oh yeah, the star regenerates your health. That's what you're seeing there. Oh. I had to work on the range for that. It doesn't quite allow itself to be triggered that quickly. Oh, I'm out of curse. Once again, I need to be in the darkness to get it back. No. Trying to fall in the pool because it's death. Been trying to get out 26. Versions where it's yeah, it's like it just seems like my FPS just eats it hard. And I tested 5.8 and it lost like 20 FPS. And then I put a supposedly better graphic card in my computer and it lost more FPS too. So I started to question my life decisions lately. Where I'm like, but. The better graphics card was supposed to have better FPS. Why? Wait, it's way harder than before. Because your curse runs out so fast. I'm already out. Terrible. So, and I looked over there and fell in the water like an idiot. Yeah. I've done lots of graphics optimization. I find that's usually the biggest problem. It's just all the graphics things. But I keep adding stuff because the game is huge. Because I mean, it's this big old building, and you know, there's an extra floor below just in case that we're working on earlier. There's a lot to do with this game. So yeah, I basically have content entirely through the first chapter, which takes me about 2 hours to fit everything in. And then the second chapter takes me about 2 hours to get through, and it's not even full yet. And then the third chapter is, there's no way through it at the moment. Oh yeah. Well, I don't use tick, so there you go. Oh, actually, on the animation graph, that's because it's updating the character's animation every frame, so you're kind of priced into that. But beyond that, use it. Yeah, that's it though. That's the only place I actually use it. Here's a fun area. There's actually stuff in all these rooms. I just don't have it loaded up because the computer will blow up. This is my mini version of the city. I'm gonna speed up the spawn rate here. People want to run around the city, but it's not fun to run around the city, so I'm making I have my mini city. I want to make it like Rampage where you can break stuff, but I haven't done that yet. And I didn't care. I mean, world partition exists for stuff out here. I use the data layers. And that's why I can load and unload rooms all the time. Because this is just the data layer with this whole Toy City section in it. And just go, boop, and it's gone. And these are cool because you can load two different things in the same area by, you know, by just having a different data layer. Because when it's not loaded up, they don't exist. They're basically like the world partition stuff, only they do what world partition was supposed to do. Because World Partition just sucks. Like, it still keeps everything in the level. You have to try to instance everything if possible. It just doesn't work very well. Whereas data layers, they just don't exist until you make them. You can load them individually and then actually activate them so they're actually visible. Yeah. Actually, never mind. I should just show you Charlotte. Let me show you Charlotte. She's like a big part of the game. They're so great. It went from I needed to have 4 different, like, levels to run this game because World Partition was so inefficient. Me being able to put everything on the same map, the whole game. It just, I mean, it takes way more work for sure. I do still use level partition for the city because the city has to always be loaded, but the city's pretty optimized. Only one city block anyway. Well. So there's this ghost girl who's the de facto ruler of this place, named Charlotte, and you're one of her toys, and she really wants to play with her toy. Which is unfortunate because if she ever catches you, it's just an instant, KO. She's a jump scare out of the game, but whatever. There's lots of things I need to add. Where are you at? Where she's at? She did spawn in, right? I didn't screw it up? I did just change this and I didn't test it. Where are you at? Are you caught? Are you caught on this door, huh? What's she doing? Well, she's decided she's caught on this door. Don't know why. Usually teleports to various smoking places, but I don't see her moving. That's weird. I guess I broke her? Huh. It's working up here. Thought. Right? 7:35. I only stream like 25 more minutes and I gotta head off so I can have enough time to sleep before I meet up for work. Spawn down there. Why is she spawn down there? Where are you at? I think I botched it when I was setting this up. It was working. I just decided to do it a way that I thought was more efficient later, and we know how that works. You have something that works, and then you decide to fix it so it no longer works. Tale as old as time. We need to fight. Your sign that I've been streaming for probably too many hours. Yeah. Alright, so where are you spawning at? Grab a Charlotte and drop her approximately wherever she's supposed to be. This. She is supposed to spawn Here? Where is here at? Which is supposed to be fine. And these look like they're all fine for height purposes. Means they're probably all likely somewhat near there. I start putting them at the exact same height, I guess. Not sure if this is the literal best height for them to be at, but whatever. I'll be arbitrarily at the same height. I noticed one spawned below. I saw her do that. And then... yeah. She has an ab mesh, right? She does. Also, I made her too big. I tried to give her a bigger collision because she was kind of clipping through stuff, but... hey, Max Delta. How's it going? I am still awake and streaming for reasons I am uncertain. Okay. Why do you have this cylinder and not the other? What are we doing here? The two cylinders. Just got a bumper car. If you have two cylinders, why do I have two of them? I think I did a smaller cylinder. I don't know if I need this other cylinder. I guess I had this idea that she should be a bumper car like this, but that seems kind of weird. She's not shaped like that. There's no collision. Why is it there then? I'm tired. Carry on that one. I'm definitely tired. I don't know why that's even there. I'm gonna want this in there so she's like a little wiener dog, basically. About like a wiener dog. Maybe it's just too big and I just have to accept that she passes through things. I mean, she is a ghost. So completely unheard of for her to pass through things. Like, but she might be catching on things. Oh, there's a freaking ad running over there on Twitch. What? Why does YouTube want me to confirm it's me? I've been streaming YouTube. What are you doing? What are we talking here? Wait a second. YouTube is like derp. My life hard for reasons I don't understand. I told it to trust this computer. Yeah. Yeah, it's me. Why? YouTube's giving me a lip in the background here. Like, hey, buddy, what you doing? I'm like, not much. And he's like, I see. Okay. I admit I'm kind of surprised to be signed out of YouTube while still successfully streaming to YouTube. Right. Okay, anyway. Like, we're just going to sign you out of all your accounts. It didn't email me if anyone else trying to sign in. Anyway. Yeah, probably not gonna stream much more than maybe like 16 minutes or something, just to get to the 8 o'clock thing, and then I'll be. I need to get some sleep so I can actually meet up with people for work. Is she moving? Maybe she's teleporting below? Can she not find the locations? Now where she's at. She's clearly here because the enemy thingy says she's around. Okay, well, enough of this then. Where are you? I'm supposed to spawn in around here. Hey, Divine Dev Studios. Thanks for the follow. You're just in time for me to puzzle over where my boss went. These things aren't even spawning in correctly. Wait a minute. What? Down there. There's two of her now, but it seems like that one's spawning at the wrong location down there. But where is... I don't know, everything else. Which room am I in? I'm in the playroom second floor. Where is everything? Okay, that was weird. Yeah, it looks like the Charlottes are both spawning down there. But I don't see her. On first floor. All the smoke spawned in. She must be teleporting somewhere weird. Oh, she's over there now. Now she's moving out, but where were you earlier? Like if I go over here, can you teleport to the location, or can you not find them? Might be a timing issue. Yeah, it has to be some kind of a timing issue. Other spawned in. They just not have a tag? Um, this thing here. It should have a tag. I don't know why it wouldn't have a tag. It's possible that she's spawning in and these are spawning in, but then she's trying to move first before finding them, and then she goes somewhere she shouldn't be. hate me there. Or just resets can act anyway. Could have just put that in there. Success or fail doesn't even matter. I'm assuming that's what's happening. Because she defaults to this more than not. And then I think I'm just going to print string pair. Just so I can see what's going on here. All this is I decided to spawn her in the other way. This way is better though, because I can basically make her not spawn later by simply giving away a puzzle item to the player. Like basically awarding the player a string effectively. Yeah, that's what was happening. Yep, she grabs you. You vanish through nothing. Better be fair. Probably just can't have a jump scare because the grab thing is glitchy and terrible. Too many Humble Bundle tracks I need to search through. You should be moving to there. Hmm. Wrap it up at this point. I need to go to sleep relatively soon. So I've got about 6 hours before I have to meet up for work. Yep, I'll be back tomorrow night. I was interested in the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, I'll be back tomorrow night. Like I said, got the Discord link. Game's on Steam. Eh. Apparently I need to verify it to me again on... This thing is tweaking out here. Yeah, that's me. Right. Anyway. Yes. After streaming for 5 hours and 37 minutes, YouTube wants me to continuously verify it's me. Yeah. Alright. I'll save everyone off. I guess I'll read out with rich people because they're not there. To do so. Yeah. Catch everyone later. have fun. Go make games where